morning, everybody. We are going to start our hearing in a matter of minutes. Before we get started, I just want to take a moment to say thank you, everybody, for coming down to City Hall today and seeing your action, your government in action. So within the next couple minutes, we'll be starting today's hearing. I just wanted to give everybody a little heads up that we'll be starting pretty soon. Thank you. In a couple minutes went that fast. Good morning, everybody. This is the Joint Committee on Education and Children and Youth. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the chair of the Children and Youth Committee. To my right, Chairman Phillips. I'm Councilmember Isaiah Thomas. I'm the chair of the Education Committee. I want to thank Councilmember Kendra Brooks for introducing today's resolution. And I note that, today is Friday, April 4th, 2025. And I now note that the hour has come. Mr. Clerk, will you please call a roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will indicate you're present when your name is called.
Ahmad?
Present.
Thomas?
Present.
Phillips?
Present.
Brooks?
Present.
Landau? Harity? Squilla? And that's it.
Thank you. This committee is now, thank you. This hearing is now called to order. This is a public hearing on the Committee of Education and the Committee of Children and Family regarding resolution numbers 240632 and 240642. Mr. Clerk, will you please read the title of both resolutions?
Resolution number 240632, authorizing the Joint City Council Committees on Education and Children and Youth to hold hearings exploring the creation of a School District of Philadelphia Chief of Joy, and Resolution number 240642, authorizing the Joint City Council Committees on Education and Children and Youth to hold hearings on the prevalence of the usage of exclusionary school discipline and the use of collective punishment practices in public schools across Philadelphia, and how these and other policies and practices perpetuate anti-Blackness and anti-Black racism and harm students academically, socially, emotionally, to the detriment of their health, well-being, and future life outcomes.
Thank you. Before we move on to today's dialogue, I would like to take a moment to allow members of the committee to offer any remarks that they may have around these two hearing resolutions. Chair recognizes Councilmember Brooks.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Chair. I'm Councilmember Brooks, and I'm excited to be here with my colleagues on the committees on education and children and youth. This work is personal to me. As many of you know, I stepped into public life through a fight for Philadelphia public schools, right at Edward T. Still Elementary in North Philadelphia. I was out of work, raising my children, when I found myself face to face with the school district plan to hand over our neighborhood school to a charter operator. The School Reform Commission was right out here closing schools in Black and brown neighborhoods like ours, and schools were the anchors in our communities. I wasn't an elected official back then. I was a mom, a volunteer, president of the School Advisory Council, but I knew what was at stake. So I organized. We came together as parents, as neighbors, and we fought like hell to keep Still public. And guess what? We won. That's what power looks like. That's what public education organizing looks like. So I'm so excited to welcome the parents from Lift Every Voice and youth from We Reign and Yeah Philadelphia. Can you all stand? We're going to hear directly from them, school staff and labor leaders, about what it's like to be in our schools right now and how our daily experience of schools shapes their learning, their growth, and their mental health. Because school is not just a building or just curriculum and test scores. Schools are where our kids figure out who they are and what kind of future they believe they can have and is possible. If a child feels welcome, engaged, and seen, they can thrive. But if a child feels punished for who they are, misunderstood, invisible, it chips away at their spirit and the future of our city. So as a parent, a former educator, and a lifelong advocate for our schools, I believe deeply in the vision for public schools that affirm the value of every child. Places filled with joy. Places families want to be. Places that honor children's dignity and their brilliance. But let me be clear, we are not there yet. Too many of our students, especially our Black students, students with disabilities, LGBTQ plus students, are still facing anti-Blackness and discriminatory discipline practices that should have been buried a long time ago. I've seen it up close. I know the research, I know the history, and we know the consequences. If we want better outcomes, if we want our kids to show up and succeed, we have to make sure our schools are places where they feel safe, supported, and valued. I remember last year when Lift Every Voice Philly called for a Chief Joy officer in the city, in the district. It hit me that joy is a serious intervention. Joy is not a luxury, it's a necessity. As a proud sponsor of a resolution calling for an end to anti-Black discriminatory practices in our school, which we'll also be discussing today. To truly invest in our children, we have to lead with joy. We have to lead with care, and we have to be willing to tell the truth about what's not working. As a restorative justice educator, I've seen the harm caused by discipline policies rooted in racist past. Practices that disproportionately target Black children and special education students. Practices that are remnants of systems designed to control and not support. So today, this hearing is more than policy. It's a chance to return to our roots, to center the needs of our children and families, and to say with our full chest, we owe it to this generation and the next generation to protect our Black kids, our trans kids, our immigrant kids, and our children with disabilities. I've spent my life in North Philadelphia, and I've seen the hope and the harm our schools can carry. And I know we've got work to do, but I believe in our people. I believe in our children, and I'm ready to keep fighting alongside with you to make our schools what they should have been a long time ago. So thank you to everyone that took the time out of their day to support and protect our school community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Brooks, and thank you for your leadership on this issues and other educated-related issues. I would like to take a moment of privilege to acknowledge that Councilmember Rulandow has joined us. Good morning. I would also like to acknowledge that Councilmember Jim Harity has joined us. Good morning. And Councilmember O'Rourke, who's not on the committee, is with us today as well, too. Thank you all. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge all of the organizations who are here today. I know Councilmember Brooks called some of them out, but I especially want to say welcome and congratulations to the leadership of Unite Here. If you don't know, Unite Here just won an amazing contract after a long dispute, so congratulations and thank you for being here. And it's very important that when we have dialogue like this, that the people who are responsible for making the decisions are here. So outside of just members of City Council, I would like to thank members from the school district who are here to listen to some of the concerns and some of the issues that are going to be discussed today, and hopefully that information is taken back. So Laurel, thank you, Laurel. She doesn't hear me, but thank you, Laurel. We appreciate you. Chair recognizes Councilmember Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. I want to just follow up on what my colleague Kendra Brooks spoke about. I am the child of a teacher, a social worker turned teacher. She is no longer with us, but I watched the joy that she had in shaping and working with young people. And that imprinted my brain forever. I sit here not just as a member of this education committee, but the chair of the public health committee. And this is where I want to really underscore that joy has a tangible impact on our brain chemistry. It is critical that we create environments for young people to thrive. And I commend all of you for working hard on what some might call, what are they talking about, joy. Joy is real. Joy can imbue everything we do. And when the youngest child comes into a learning environment, when they can feel the joy, they don't have to see the joy, they have to feel the joy. Their brain changes. They can accept information. They can accept knowledge. And as the first world country, the United States is a first world country. I come from a third world country. And for me to see that we are penalizing children because of the way they look and the system continues to discriminate and we haven't changed those, alarms me that we should not be not only not worrying about the environment we create for our young children to thrive. They don't have books, they don't have toilet paper, they have schools that are crumbling. That all impacts joy. You can't have joy when your eyes tell you that your city, your government is not investing in you. That's a message. No child needs to be told that. They can feel it. So I am very grateful for all of you for advocating for this, for making sure the youngest amongst us have a good start. We already know all the systemic barriers we still have. We're still grappling with the original sin that started with this country. The fact that a race has become weaponized. You know, as a scientist, I can tell you race is a social construct. However, we weaponized it where we can use it to discriminate, to differentiate how services are given. So I commend all my colleagues who are pushing for change to make sure a 12-year-old young black boy is not looked upon as an adult and then shot because he had a toy gun. That all percolates all into what we are doing here. So once again, I want to make sure that you understand that my support comes not just because it's a feel-good thing, but this is the future of our city, depends on the young people because they are the leaders of today. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Mr. Clerk, will you please call, I'm sorry, are there any other members of the committee who would like to make remarks? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the first panel we have to testify this afternoon?
Will Keisha Nicholson, Amy Fallring, and Jamila Carter please come up?
Hold on, I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, I'm sorry. Hold off that first panel. Chair recognizes Councilmember Landau.
Thank you so much. I want 30 seconds because I can't wait to hear from you guys. First of all, lift every voice. You never cease to amaze me. Love the pom-poms. Thank you. Second of all, you have brought to the forefront such an incredibly important issue that every other place we go, we are now hearing stories of ways in which we can transform our schools. I was literally at the chef's conference this morning and heard from people there who have some kids in the suburbs in their schools, just to find out Wingcote Elementary School has transformed their hallways into an obstacle course. And the kids get to go out into the hallway and run around and enjoy themselves, and they say the results they see in their classroom are tremendous. There was another story from California I heard today where there was a horticulture horticultural expert who partnered with a school for blind and deaf students, who brought planters outside of the schools that the teachers and the principal didn't want because they didn't want the dirt in the schools. What do you think the result was? Not only was it transformative for the schools, for the students' behavior, it was transformative to their growth, and even when the horticultural expert left the schools, she then came by and found the teachers outside with the kids with their hands in the dirt, growing herbs, tasting them, understanding what they were growing, and they said the behavioral changes and the joy that the children felt in their classes was just changed. Thank you so much for bringing this to us. I think you guys are rock stars, and thank you. Can't wait to hear from you.
Are there any other comments from members, or any other members of the committee who would like to make remarks? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the first panel? We have to testify this afternoon on the resolutions.
Will Keisha Nicholson, Amy Fallring, and Jamila Carter please come up?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record, and after that, you may proceed with your testimony. We're going to allow everybody on the panel to provide testimony consecutively, and then after all three members of the panel completes their testimony, we'll open it up to members of the committee for questions. You may proceed.
Good morning. My name is Keisha Nicholson. Good morning. My name is Keisha Nicholson. I live in the 5th Council District, and I'm a parent of a child at Bryan Elementary. Today, I'm speaking as Lift Every Voice Philly's first member and a member of our Board of Directors. Lift Every Voice Philly is a Black-led parent membership organization. We are united across class, race, and neighborhoods to demand urgent action on our schools. Right now, we have members representing 18 schools across the city. Standing with me today are fellow members and supporters who are resolute in our commitment to fundamentally changing our schools. LEV began organizing in 2022 following a year-long planning process and comprehensive landscape analysis. We interviewed over 100 parents, primarily Black and low-income mothers in North, West, and Southwest Philly. What we heard was sobering. Not single parent believed that their schools was delivering the kind of education their children deserve. Over and over again, we heard about parents being shut out of decision-making and left in the dark. So we set our mission to support parents closest to the pain through 3 core strategies: lifting parent voice, advancing parent-led, visions for our children and our city, and sharing parent stories that cut to the heart of the matter. Our base building happens in schools that are close to that pain, from West and Southwest Philly and North Philly. We come from the communities that have lost the most and have the most to gain. We also have a Mighty at Large chapter made up of parents from more stable schools who know that what's happening 10 blocks away is unacceptable. In a district as underfunded as our Black, immigrant, and diverse as ours, no child is truly untouched by decades of pain. While others choose to divide, at LEV, we choose to unify, because we know it is our only way to drive the system change we need. I mentioned earlier that I was LEV's first member. Bryan Elementary was LEV's first chapter. In 2023, one of our members discovered the school didn't have a full-time nurse. That absence reopened a deep wound. Bryant was the same school where LaPortia Massey, a beloved child, died 10 years earlier after spending the day in school without access to medical care for her asthma. Within days, we discovered that Bryant wasn't alone. By calling around, we learned that Heston, Locke, and Barry were also without full-time nurses. This wasn't just a staffing issue, it was a matter of life or death. Without nurses, our families were forced into possible choices. Parents had to leave work and lose pay to administer asthma medication or pick up sick children. One member showed up to school with her newborn only to be told that her child had been rushed to the hospital. At Barry, a student suffered a silent seizure, and the only reason anyone found out was because another child alerted a teacher. And we kept our kids home to keep them safe. We weren't met with care. We were hit with truancy threats and DHS investigations. We were exhausted by the ambulance ride, the endless calls, and the constant blame. We said no more. This was a fight for nurses, but it was also a fight against a deeper truth. That disinvestment in violence, and too often poor black parents are left to pay the price and shoulder the blame for broken systems. So we organized, along with parents from West Philly, the ride or die members of our at-large chapter, and in deep solidarity with our school nurses, we showed up outside school buildings, shared our stories, and built power together. We gathered petitions, demand meetings, and pushed the district to change how nurse physicians were funded, and we won. Within months, we cut the nurse vacancy by 80%. Today, every LEV chapter school and every school across the district has a full-time nurse. It proves that when parents stand together, when we organize, symptoms move, and our children receive the care they deserve. This is the LEV way. Today, you hear from members across the district and from voices of 600 parents who have shown us what we call the dirty dozen. 12 of most painful realities in our schools: silent lunches, collective punishment, shaming, yelling, berating. These happen across the district. You'll hear now recess, art, and music are treated like luxuries, when we know they're the way things that give our kids reason to love school. You'll hear us call for a chief of joy, someone to build basic standards for children, and an explanation of support team for educational partnerships. Let me make it personal. My daughter has faced bullying. She lost classmates. She sat through too many classes with nothing but a string of substitutes. She is a child. She deserves more. As you listen to us today, I urge you to remember, so many of our city's problems begin and can be solved in our schools. We don't want to hear that our kids are bad when they're sitting in classrooms without teachers. We don't want to be labeled uninvolved when schools treat us like the enemy. And we refuse to accept anything less than a bold, shared vision for schools that help, not hurt, our students and families. We refuse to treat any of our children as disposable. We refuse to obey and advance and sacrifice any of our kids. We will protect our Black children, our LBGT children, our special education students, and immigrant students, no matter who it is, while in house. We want you to carry our stories, our grief, our rage, our hope, and our clarity into the budget process. We want you to make sure everyone pays their fair share, not cut taxes to the wealthy while constituents struggle. We want you to ask hard questions, demand real answers, and win compliments for our children, commitments for our children, our communities, and our future. Because no matter what issue you care about, housing, safety, jobs, healthcare, it all gets better or worse, depending on what we do about it. Philadelphia schools, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amy Fallring. I live in the 3rd Council District, and I have been a Philadelphia School District parent for 7 years. My children are currently at Powell Elementary and in middle school at Masterman. I am a member of Lift Every Voice Philly, a Black-led parent membership organization. We are united across class, race, and neighborhoods to demand urgent action on our schools. We see it as our duty to push for systems change by leading together. Standing behind me are our members and supporters who are resolute in our commitment to fundamentally change our schools. I'm speaking today about the urgent need to bring joy into every public school, not as an extra, but as a core necessity for our children. As a Philly public school parent, I've gotten used to seeing things like art, music, field trips, digital literacy classes, and extracurricular clubs treated as that, extras. Something we're supposed to feel lucky to have, rather than the basic parts of a well-rounded education. I was overwhelmed when my oldest started at Masterman last year. The options there are incredible. He can join after-school clubs like chess, Dungeons & Dragons, book club, math counts, robotics, and more. He can sign up for track and field, ultimate frisbee, soccer, and many other countless sports. He gets free music lessons on nearly any instrument. And the field trips? I've lost count. Woodford Mansion, World Cafe Live, the Philadelphia Zoo, and an upcoming trip to the Phillies Stadium for Weather Day. Meanwhile, just up the road, parents at Wright Elementary, organizing through Lift Every Voice, are fighting for their children to have just one field trip this year. Or across the river at Powell Elementary, where my youngest is in school, the administration had to choose between offering art or music this year. The school, despite having a beautiful library, has no full-time librarian and has lost both its math and literacy lead teachers. This kind of inequity is unacceptable. Every child deserves access to the joy, enrichment, and opportunity that makes school a place they want to be, not just survive, but thrive. My child at Masterman is no more special or no more deserving than any other Philly public school child. If we have figured out how kids at Masterman can access this enriching curriculum, then we can figure out how every single school in the district can get it. I refuse to accept the bare-bones curriculum and unrelenting focus on standardized test prep as the core focus in our schools. As parents, we will not feel grateful or lucky when our children finally have an art class, have access to music, or get to have a field trip. City Council, you have a critical role to play when the school district comes before you on April 29th and during public comment on April 30th. We're asking you to use your power to hold the district accountable and to fund the district well over what is proposed in the budget cycle. We're calling for a number of things. One, end the dirty dozen. The district must immediately stop the harmful practices, the 12 most painful and widespread realities in our schools, the silent lunches, the collective punishment, the shaming, the yelling, and the berating. These practices strip joy, dignity, and opportunity from our children. Get the district on record, demand that they end the Dirty Dozen now. These aren't isolated incidents, they're patterns, they're policies, they are preventable, and they must end. 2, call for a Chief of Joy. The district needs to create and fully fund a Chief of Joy, a new senior level role charged with conducting a joy audit, dismantling dehumanizing practices, and designing policies that uphold the humanity and dignity of children and school-based staff. This person would also establish new standards and guarantees to ensure recess, rest, arts, music, and other enriching experiences at every school in the district. The district also needs to dramatically increase the support team for educational partnership, also known as STEP initiative. These teams provide crucial behavioral health interventions and social work support to students, families, teachers, and schools, starting with those facing the highest needs. This time is urgent. While children all across the country are being targeted for being themselves, we can lead and double down. We need leadership that sees our children's potential, not just their problems. We're asking you to stand with us, help us turn the page toward healing, accountability, and joy. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jamila Carter. I live in the 2nd City Council District, and I'm a parent of a child who attends Science Leadership Academy Middle School, better known as SLAMS. Today, I am speaking as a member of Lift Every Voice Philly, a Black-led parent membership organization. We are united across class, race, and neighborhoods to demand urgent action on our schools. We see it as our duty as parents, as voters, and community leaders to push for systems change by leading together. Currently, we have members representing 18 schools across the city. Standing behind me are our members and supporters who are resolute in our commitment to fundamentally change our schools. I've been a Philadelphia School District parent for 13 years. I am here today not just as a parent, but as someone who has dedicated my life to the well-being and development of children. With a background in psychology, focused on young children on the autism spectrum, and experience running both an independent pre-K through 6th grade school and a child care center serving 348 families, I've seen firsthand what children need to thrive, and just as importantly, what harms them. Today, I am speaking out against practices that have no place in our schools: yelling, berating, punitive discipline, and public shaming. But I don't want to just speak in broad terms. I need to tell you my family's story, just one of our stories. My seventh grade daughter came home from school distraught after witnessing something no child should have to experience in a classroom. A fight broke out between students during which racial slurs were exchanged. Instead of de-escalating the situation in a constructive way, the teacher's response made matters worse. My daughter told me that in addressing the incident, the teacher referenced Trump's election victory. I'm not sure what the context was. When a student laughed, the teacher called them a fake Muslim. To make matters worse, the teacher taunted the students, daring them to tell their parents and making it clear that there would be no consequences for his words or actions. Instead of setting an example of accountability and respect, he used his authority to intimidate, shame, and humiliate the students. These are not outliers in incidents. LEV member children have been called dumb, threatened with police, and punished for dancing in line. This is unacceptable. My daughter should not have to sit in a classroom where power is used to degrade instead of uplift. No child should. Our children are already navigating a world filled with fear, division, and uncertainty. The classroom should be a place where they feel safe, where the adults entrusted with their education model respect, empathy, and emotional regulation. Instead, in this instance, the person in power used their position to belittle and cause harm. In this moment, where so many of our children are at risk of being targeted at the federal level, from our trans and non-binary to our Black, immigrant, and special education children, it is imperative that the school district create an environment where every single one of our children is protected. That starts with every member of the City Council committing to fight for our kids in this budget, during this policy cycle, and certainly over the next 3 years. City Council has a critical role to play in supporting our schools when the district comes before you on April 29th and April 30th. We're asking you to use your power to hold the district accountable. First, end the dirty dozen. The district must put an immediate stop to the harmful practices we call the dirty dozen. These practices strip joy, dignity, and opportunity from our children. Get the district on record. Demand they end the dirty dozen now. These aren't isolated stories. They're patterns. They are policies. They are preventable, and they must stop. Second, we've been asking and we'll ask again, call for a chief of joy. Appoint a chief of joy to lead a district-wide joy audit. Someone focused on ending harmful practices, supporting student wellness, and making joy a real priority in every school. In a district with a $3 billion budget, investing in a senior-level role to transform school culture will pay for itself many times over. And lastly, expand what's working. Bring DBH, CBH, and the district together to expand STEP teams, school-based mental health teams that include social workers, behavioral health staff, and family support. Start with the schools that need it most. We need leadership that sees our kids' potential, not just their problems. Stand with us. Help us move toward healing, accountability, and joy. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. Before I open it up for questions, I listened to the incident that you spoke about involving a facilitator. I'm hoping that that information was reported. I hope that that was something that was communicated to the proper folks in the district, and hopefully that's something that we can follow up on because we don't want incidents like that taking place and those incidents not being reported. So thank you for sharing that, and thank you for reporting. Chair recognizes Councilmember Brooks, followed by Councilmember Harity.
I want to start off by saying thank you to Amy, Keisha, and Jamila. You guys know that I come out of education, organizing, and activism, and I feel so honored to see such a presence now. I kind of miss being on that side. I'm like, yeah. And I'm individuals like Amy, you talked about the contradictions between what you see and know that your children receive at one school and what's not at the other school. And as a parent who have done neighborhood schools and special ed, I see it firsthand, and I thank you for that advocacy. That's why I'm really excited about the work for Lick for Every Voice. And Keisha, in your testimony, you talked about just the presence of joy. Just the joy that you bring make this hearing a little, it's an early morning on a Friday. and just the pom-poms. You see, we all smiling. We don't always sit up here and smile during hearings. And our children deserve just the same. So thank you for your advocacy around that. And, whew, Jamila. All right, you just hit a trigger point for me, because as a parent of a child in Philadelphia Public Schools, and I'm saying this to the parents here, there's so many incidents that happen that we just let slide, and I'm saying this as an elected official, and our children said they don't want it to be a big deal, they don't want to be targeted afterwards, the other kids participated, the teacher and administration just let it slide. Thank you for your advocacy and standing up for that, and you just kind of, I have some things to take care on my own behalf as well. So I want parents to know that you're not alone. It's no separation from being here on council than being a parent in the audience. These issues that you're experiencing are real. I'm gonna go to my questions, because you struck something in me that I need to address as soon as I leave this panel. Can you tell us about your efforts to kind of end these practices? What meetings have you had with the district, or that you were able to receive meetings with the district about this as a collective? Because I know you, just like in your testimony, like I said, it triggered something in me. I'm pretty sure other parents, if you could raise your hands, how many of you have experienced something with your children that you just chose not to report just to get by the day? That's unacceptable. So how can we have a collective messaging to the district to talk about these things? And the other thing I want to talk about, bullying. Bullying is trauma. I don't care if it's coming from adults or children, because adults bully too. Have you heard any success stories based on your demands where bullying was addressed, whether it's within the classroom setting or from, teacher to student? Those are my 2 questions for the panel.
So we haven't heard your question about success stories. I mean, I think we have success stories within LEV, right? You heard about the nurse campaign and that. But on an individual level, we're not really focused on, our parents and the children as individuals. So this is a collective effort. I think us sitting here right now in front of you is a success story, and we expect to see more.
I'll add to that we have been meeting regularly with the district, and we're grateful for those meetings with them. We are working hard right now on working with the district to actually create a recess policy. There's actually no standardized recess policy across the entire district that says the minimum number of minutes, the number of breaks that our children need. And we know from all the stories we've heard from all the parents here that our children need breaks, they need body breaks, they need brain breaks, they need to get out and run. And so we're looking forward to continuing to work with the district on that recess policy, but that's clearly not enough. There's a lot more that we need to do and a lot more that we expect and demand of the district.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chair recognizes Councilmember Harity.
Hello? All right, there we go. First, thank you all for coming down here today. We feel the importance. When you first came to my office about the Joy officer, I thought it was great. I do feel that our children are definitely the future here, and we actually, as the adults, need to give them that future. I remember being a kid. I went to the Philly school system. Recess was important. It gave us a break. It let you clear your mind and just forget about what you were learning for a minute so that you could clear yourself out to be ready to learn more information about something different later. Since I've been here, I came from the Senate and worked with Senator Street for the fair funding. We fought long and hard for that because when I first got there, I found out how they did the funding. And it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that neighborhoods like mine, where people pay low to no real estate tax, and the schools are funded on real estate tax, that those schools are going to get shorted. And that's exactly what has happened for many, many years. Still disappointed that our state hasn't come up with the money that they owe us, that they owe our children. They've been robbing all of us for many years. Anyone who went through the Philadelphia school system, and you know, not to slight at our teachers there, they do an amazing job with what they have, but we have been shorted, all of us. But it's for groups like yours who start this fight and bring attention to these things. And as you can tell, you get results. The fact that we now have nurses in all the Philly schools is a big win, man. And I congratulate you for that. Fact of the matter is that the mental health of our kids are at stake. There was just a study out. I mean, I don't understand why people aren't as alarmed as I am. There's a study that says about 51% of our children in the public school system have suffered with depression in one form or another. The number of kids that actually contemplate suicide are alarming. That's why it's so important to have joy. If you look at other countries and what they're doing, man, in Japan, kids don't start learning anything. They don't even take a test until they hit around 6th, 7th grade. Most of the learning that they have between that time is having fun, learning civil and societal responsibilities. They have no janitors in the schools in Japan. The kids clean the school so that they see what work is, and they see that everybody's supposed to pitch in to clean up, to help out. So for me, I would just like to know how you see this Chief Joy Officer working in the school district to bring and to get rid of the 12 missteps that we got going on here.
Before you answer that question, why don't you all state on the record what the Dirty Dozen is, and then go ahead and answer Councilmember Harity's question. Did you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. So I said before you answer that question, why don't you state for the record what the Dirty Dozen is? You got to understand that there are people who are not here that are watching this online, and they may watch it on YouTube later, so they don't see that sign that's in the back. So take a minute to tell us what the Dirty Dozen is, tell the public what the Dirty Dozen is, and then please proceed to answer Councilmember Harity's question. Thank you. I'm sorry, it's the teacher in me, right? Like, I'm a former teacher, so when you hear these terms that people don't know, right, you gotta make sure we explain it. So go ahead and read the Dirty Dozen, and then go ahead and answer Councilmember Harity's question.
The Dirty Dozen is 1, silent lunch, 2, collective punishment, 3, no recess, 4, bathroom restrictions, 5, harsh discipline, 6, yelling and shaming, 7, unengaged curriculum, 8, teaching to test, 9, no enrichment, 10, too much screen time, 11, not enough art and music, and 12, too few or no field trips. That's your Dirty Dozen.
Yeah, that's good. I'd just like to see and also know how they expect this Chief Joy Officer to interact.
So I think, is this on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
So it's really multifaceted, right? So if you have a Chief Joy Officer on the district level, the first thing you want to do is examine what's going on in the schools, right? Take a look at the policies. And once you get that baseline, the Chief Joy Officer can coordinate mechanism to address these things, right? Whether it be training and development, whether it's talking about where funding needs to be directed, whether it's just overall evaluation of programs. And I think one of the most important things too is putting in policy, right? There's a lot of things that we're talking about that there just simply isn't a policy around. So I think, in terms of that Chief Joy Officer, those are some of the things. I think that's a start for how they'll interact.
Thank you.
And then if I can also add, I deeply appreciate your comments about lack of funding, lack of fair funding, and especially as we see threats at the federal level, the state not providing funding. We also know that you all have the power to provide more funding to the schools. And so we ask you to hold your power. It's budget season. Our schools are under-resourced, and we know that you all have the power to provide more resources, and we ask you to do that.
Yeah, let me go ahead as the chair of the committee and go ahead and address that point right there. So number one, this city council under our leadership has put more money into the school district than any time in the history of the city of Philadelphia. So let's be very clear about that. The second thing, we've already been advocating. The mayor's budget proposal has the school district's percentage of real estate taxes going from 56.5% in 2030, and we're asking that to be moved up to this fiscal year. So when it comes to recognizing the financial crisis that the school district is facing, specifically the Education Committee on City Council has been leading that charge. Even last year, there were a number of us who went to Harrisburg to advocate, to testify, to let them know that we were in a space of desperation, not just with funding and the funding formula, but most importantly with the facilities crisis. We have a $6 billion deficit as it relates to facilities, and this legislative body led the charge, along with Dr. Watlington and his team, to put together a facilities committee that we hope will announce a facilities plan next year. So when it comes to the finances of the school district, we are more invested than any legislative body that has ever existed in the city of Philadelphia. The issue that we run into is while we are responsible for giving them the money, we have no control of how they spend it. And I think sometimes folks feel like because money is being managed in a way that they don't agree with, that we can do something about it. The reality is we can't. And my shameless plug for that, as I pass it to Councilmember Landau, Councilmember Ahmad, then Councilmember Landau, my shameless plug for that, we've been advocating to examine how our schools are governed, right? And if we change how our schools are governed, then we could put ourselves in a position to hold somebody accountable when the spending is done in ways that we feel like are not reflective of the best interests of our children and the communities who go to our school. So I'm passionate about the funding issue. It is the biggest crisis we have in the city of Philadelphia, next to poverty, right? Poverty, schools. Poverty, schools. Those are the two biggest problems we have in this city right now. And I pray that before we leave office, that we are able to raise our hands of victories and say, we fixed the education crisis in the city of Philadelphia. So thank you for that comment. Chair recognizes Councilmember Ahmad, then Councilmember Landau, but I will also say this. Please keep continuing to fight and advocate for funding specifically. Even if we don't like how the dollars are spent, we know that the children in the city of Philadelphia get less resources, less dollars than any other district in the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So in the midst of sometimes being disappointed when these fights happen, we can't give up because we know when we give up, our children are the ones that suffer. So just wanted to add that for context. Chair recognizes Councilmember Ahmad, then Councilmember Landau, and then I think we'll be ready to move on to the next panel.
Thank you, Chair. Just to piggyback on what my colleague was asking about the Chief Joy Officer, it would be great if we had a report card for all schools on the issue of joy and have some sort of a dashboard where we can actually the communities and parents can actually see that. My question is really about the role of mental and behavioral health in the school districts. From your vantage point, what do you see in sort of real time training such as cognitive behavioral therapy for our teachers adapted to a classroom? Do you see any of that? Do you see support coming from the Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disabilities? Do you see CBH involved? Because we can go back to the school district to ask about those issues, but I wanted to know from your vantage point, how and what have you seen?
So, you know, some of our schools do a pretty good job. My husband is a mental health clinician. He works in the schools. He has a whole team that are there to support children with mental health issues. You know, our schools are filled with children that have experienced trauma, that are just, you know, working through all kinds of things. And I think what we want to see is an increase in programs like these, like real programs that address these issues inside of the schools that are readily available, but most important, with individuals who are really trained and competent and understand our children, Black children, immigrant children, trans children, and that can really help support families as well. So, you know, I just think that some of it is happening, but it needs to be expanded on a huge level.
So I think we'll follow up with the school district to ask which schools across the board have what your husband is doing in X school to know what Y and Z is happening. Because that's when we can actually say, how are these resources allocated? How do you make that decision to have it in this school but not in this school? And of course, we can overlay that data with actual disinvestment of the area the child comes from, right? We can overlay that with the issues we're facing, and I think we can have a real plan about how to deploy these resources. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I just want to jump in real quick before Councilmember Landau gets out. I just want to put something in the record that I think that folks may not realize. To Councilmember Thomas's point, the majority of council members that have children that are in school age go to Philadelphia Public Schools. I don't think people understand that. I think the assumption is that our kids go to private school or something other. And I'm saying from being on that side, what I haven't experienced right in this council body, the investment into public school is real. And even some of us have children that, I have graduates and some that are still in. And I think Nina's daughter graduated from Central?
No, my children didn't go.
Oh, okay.
They're
Older.
older.
But the majority of our council members that currently have children that are in school attend Philadelphia Public Schools.
My son went to public school, and my grandkids are going to public
So I think that's a perspective that's not in the room. Yeah, I went to public school too. But I just want to say, like, this fight is real for her. It's not like we're far removed that all of us send our kids to private school or something other. So I just wanted to put that on the record and let Councilmember Landau.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for your testimony. I think between the three of you, you touched on all of the essential issues that we're facing. I wanted to give two personal stories because you touched them from me too with your testimony. And the first is my son went to, he's in public school, he went to a preschool that was very artsy, got to run around, do whatever he wanted to do. And when he got to public school and went to kindergarten, it was extremely structured and there was a lot of discipline. I promise you I'm not making this up. Very quickly, we said in our house that the school was sucking the joy out of him. He came home every day and laid on the couch and seemed depressed. And it was an immediate transformation for him. And we watched this go on week after week after week. And about 5 weeks in, we're like, this is becoming an emergency now. They have fully sucked the joy out of him. Thankfully, he snapped out of it. Thankfully, you know, he's had a great experience in public schools. But I've seen firsthand, one of the things I did is I went in to go help with the school one day. So it was at the time when they had cut the teacher's aides, and the teacher was handling 34 kindergartners by herself, and did it by being extremely structured all the time. So I saw firsthand what was happening. Must admit, I came home saying it felt like military academy to me, and it's sad, but things did transform, and things did get better in the schools. But I certainly don't need to have my real life experience to fully understand and lift up every voice you are bringing here today, to know your stories are real, they are heard, and there are so many of us who are seeing them around the city. The second thing I wanted to say is how COVID opened up the door for us to the classrooms. So our kids come home, they tell us things, right? But we weren't there. We didn't get to see it, we didn't get to hear it. Did they misunderstand? Was it a different perspective? Very, very different when you got to walk by that classroom and your kids, sitting at the kitchen table or in the room and hear how teachers who were told to talk to their students about the murder of George Floyd, and how they talked about security guards at school, or some other way in which they mishandled what could be a wonderful teaching moment and turned it into something completely else. I heard time and time again by listening to the classroom in my own house about actually being in there and what was happening sometimes. So I say all of that to lift you up and to thank you for your stories. And to know that what you're saying is that the Chief of Joy is the person who sets the standard. It's the leader at the top. It is the person who has made sure that their ideas are trickled down to every school, to every classroom. And I leave you with this question: why do you think the school district has been resistant to creating this position and getting rid of the dirty dozen?
We're shaking our heads because we're asking the same question, right? Why is the school district resistant to something that all children deserve? Joy, right? It's hard to wrap our heads around. We did meet with the district and basically, very frankly, was told that, I'm not going to add another FTE to, at the district level for this purpose. I'm not sure what the reason is. Maybe someone back there would probably be, Latia, I wish you were up here, that could, really articulate, but that's the question. That's really the question. And you mentioned your child and what you saw and the joy being sucked out of them. And here is a theory of mine, right? I'm a Black parent with Black children. The district is majority Black, and sometimes I get the feeling that people believe our children don't deserve joy. I've sat in rooms where, as a progressive educator, and the way that I ran my school was pushed back against, like that doesn't work for Black children. But the proof is in the pudding. We had happy, joyful children that had dance, art, music, that weren't punished just for being children, whose dignity and humanity was honored, right? So I put it on you all, anyone else in this room, if you can get an answer as to why they're resistant to a Chief of Joy, please let us know.
We're going to work on that for you. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Harity.
I'll let them know.
For sure, because point of information is that I'm very alarmed about this. So I've done some research, and the last Pew study showed that we have one child psychiatrist for every 10,000 kids in the state of Pennsylvania. Now in Philadelphia, it's a little bit better because we're a bigger city and we have a lot of schools here. But the fact of the matter is that that's a profession that we do not have a lot of people doing. And the fact that your husband is doing it here in the school system, when I know he could be doing it someplace else, making a lot more money, just goes to show the commitment that you have as a family. So I thank you for that. And that's all I want to say, was just the number is 1 to 10,000.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Rourke, you're not a member of the committee. You look like the brain is chairman. Did you want to add anything before we move on to the next panel?
I don't know if I want to add anything. I am curious, though. I heard some mumblings about a joy audit. Could you just articulate more about the joy audit for the record, please?
Thanks for that question. It's hard to know where there is and isn't joy when we don't have that type of data. And so we need someone who's in charge of looking across the district and examining where are we seeing some of these of the dirty dozen and where are we not? And so you can't solve a problem if you don't know the data behind it. And so we need someone who's in charge of thinking about what does that audit look like? How can we gather that data, diagnose the problem more fully, and then be able to move towards solutions?
So the idea is that, you get data and you give someone the job to tend to that data, and then by doing that, we can realize actual joy within our school district.
That's right.
I think it's a fabulous idea. I think when we talked about this last year, in my inaugural budget hearings, we did raise the question around the Chief of Joy role. I remember trying to articulate this idea within the Christian New Testament. There's this book called Hebrews. In the 11th chapter, it says that the worlds were framed by the Word of God. The idea that worlds were realized or erected through language, through what we call a thing. And my hunch was that the idea around having a chief of joy was something to be dismissed. It's silly, it's fluff and flourish. But I think the intentionality around finding the data, giving someone a job to tend to joy is actually the kind of lawmaking, word writing that we ought to be in the business of. So I commend you for even raising the concept of a joy audit as genuine legislating and real policy making and practice within our school district. Obviously, we could use more of it. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for your work. More power to you. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you to this panel. As we transition to the next panel, we're going to just have some operational stuff take place. So we're going to be shifting and moving some things. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the next panel to come testify this morning?
Will Dr. Jamie Banks, Nicole Hunt, and LaShawna Coleman please come up?
As these folks come up, I just want to remind everybody that, not really remind, I really commend the idea of an audit. The audit is extremely important because when you talk about a position like we're discussing today, as of right now, it's up to someone's discretion, right? We all may sit here and say that there's not enough joy happening in our schools. Someone else may say there is enough joy happening in our schools. The one thing an audit would do, it will put us in a position to have data to be able to back whatever conversation or whatever advocacy points the audit actually produces. So I really want to commend that first panel for advocating for the audit. I think that's something really important, and I think it can put us in a position to be able to assess where we are, how we're doing, and what we need to do to make sure every school is reflective of those parents who talked about Masterman and SLA and some of those schools. So absolutely. Mr. Clerk, did you call the next panel?
Yes, will Dr. Jamie Banks, Nicole Hunt, and LaShawna Coleman please come up?
We see a lot of young people in here. Who are those young people over there? What school are they from? We can't hear you. Say it louder. Can we all give a round of applause to the young people from Jubilee that's here? Thank you all for being here. I know we recognized Unite here earlier and congratulated you on a contract. Also see representation of the PFT is here as well too. So for the members of the PFT that's here, thank you for the great work you're doing and thank you for being a part of the conversation today. Please state your name for the record and you may begin with your testimony similar to the last panel. We're going to allow the entire panel to provide their testimony and then after that we'll open it up for questions from members of the committee. You may proceed.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jamie Banks, and I'm Chief of Student Support Services for the School District of Philadelphia. Thank you for inviting me. So good morning, City Council. My name is Dr. Jamie Banks, and I serve as the Chief of Student Support Services for the School District of Philadelphia. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the district's efforts to center student wellness, inclusion, and joy in everything we do. Our work is grounded in the district's Accelerate Philly 2028 strategic plan, which identifies joy as a core value and prioritizes the social emotional well-being, mental health, and physical safety of our students. As we pursue these goals, we are committed to advancing practices and affirm student dignity, eliminate barriers to opportunity, and foster inclusive, supportive school environments where every child feels seen, valued, and empowered to succeed. We are proud to be in an active partnership with Lift Every Voice, a collaboration that has helped us strengthen our accountability and transparency around student wellness. This partnership includes regular scheduled meetings, timely responses to inquiries, and ongoing sharing of relevant data. We have also followed through on key commitments, such as including Lift Every Voice in our wellness policy and student code of conduct review process. Their engagement continues to be a valuable part of our work to create policies, practices that reflect the needs and voices of our students, families, and communities. The work that Student Support Services strongly reflects the spirit and intent behind the vision for Chief of Joy as outlined by the resolution. Our mission is to ensure students feel safe, connected, and respected and supported, essential conditions for joyful and engaging school environments. Through systems that promote respectful and inclusive practices, affirm student dignity, and elevate student voice, we are advancing many of the values at the heart of this vision. This includes trauma-informed and healing-centered initiatives, the expansion of school-based mental health supports like STEP, and efforts to ensure every student has access to rest, enrichment, essential resources, and meaningful relationships. Our work serves as the foundation that can help guide and inform and continue prioritization of joy in the district. I'm going to highlight a couple areas that we are focusing on. The access to food, water, restrooms. The district affirms that access to food, water, restroom facilities is a basic right for all students. Schools are expected to provide scheduled breaks and should not deny access to bathrooms under any circumstances. These practices are critical to upholding our students' dignity. Facilities, food services, and school leaders monitor access and conditions and student feedback, such as through the Philadelphia School Experience Survey, which is open now, helps us inform ongoing improvements. We recognize that consistency and implementation across schools is essential, and we are working to ensure expectations are clearly communicated and enforced. In terms of rest and movement breaks are essential for students' regulation, engagement, learning. While the district does not currently have a singular policy defining rest, we encourage practices that include brain breaks, sensory strategies, and opportunities for quiet rest, especially when students are experiencing stress or dysregulation. Implementation is supported through training in social emotional learning, trauma-informed practices, comprehensive health and wellness guidance. We are continuing to explore strategies to better monitor and standardize these practices in alignment with the developmental needs across every school. In terms of recess and physical activity, right, recess is a key driver of student joy, physical health, and social emotional growth. Schools are required to provide daily recess for elementary students, as well as access both structured and unstructured play. Access to safe equipment and adequate supervision is a priority. Physical education is offered throughout the year. Implementation is supported through professional development professional development. As part of this effort, we are continuing to revise our policies and procedures. So currently, in this current policy cycle, we are updating our wellness policy. This is a policy we have had for years where it states that recess should occur, but through our partnership with Every Voice and other stakeholders, we've kind of doubled down on this in including that 20 minutes, actually putting a number in the procedures that says students should receive 20 minutes of daily recess, along with a very strong recommendation that schools should prioritize more than that as the schedule allows. Enrichment opportunities. Our vision of student wellness includes a robust access to enrichment opportunities. The district supports programming in the arts, music, project-based learning, field trips, after-school activities, and athletics. These experiences are not extras. They are essential to the whole child development and engagement. So in terms of the Dirty Dozens, like we double down. Like I want to know about that, where that's happening, because it shouldn't happen. Our vision is to advance the work, which includes 2 key efforts from our Office of Strategic Partnerships. We are developing a partnership database, and we have published the Enrichment Theory of Change. The partnership database, part of our Accelerate Philly plan, tracks reoccurring school-based programming provided by external partners. It will allow us to identify gaps, align with resources with school needs, and make data-informed decisions to better support students. Our Enrichment Theory of Change defines what we hope students experience through enrichment. Joy, community, and fulfillment are key. By using these terms, we are naming the kinds of lives we want our students to lead, not just being successful academically, but full of purpose, connection, and self-worth. This shared language helps us focus on what really matters and align our work across schools and partners. The District Office of Student Life supports a variety of out-of-school time and after-school opportunities for students. The After-School Enrichment Initiative invests nearly $9 million annually to provide vendor-led enrichment programming before and after school and in summers in nearly 40 schools. The office also supports teachers and staff-led opportunities to engage students in enrichment by providing supplemental funding for schools for teacher pay and materials so that these clubs and school-level interest activities can occur. In 2017, the STEP program was created in collaboration with the school district, the mayor's office, CBH, Drexel Community Partners, and DHS. This was a new strategy for addressing mental health and complex needs for students and families. The support team for educational partnership, known as STEP, currently provides mental, behavioral, emotional support services to students and families in 45 of our schools. Each school team can include up to 4 roles, which is a clinical coordinator, which is a master's level clinician, a school behavioral consultant, master's level clinician, a case manager, and a family peer. The model is designed to embed trauma-informed, multi-tiered supports in the school community. Currently, out of the 45 programs, 24 are fully staffed with those 4 positions, and the 21 remaining have partial staffing. You may ask why. The initial 21 are funded through our partnership with CBH and DBH, and the remaining are funded through various funding streams inside the district. So all schools cannot necessarily afford to purchase all 4 of those positions. Again, this program helps with school-wide services, individual group services, and in terms of access, any student or family in the school are able to be referred to these services for support. Although the program has expanded, barriers to full implementation remain. Like many districts nationwide, we continue to face challenges related to sustaining funding and staffing shortages, particularly on securing qualified mental health professionals. These constraints limit our ability to support further expansion. Nevertheless, the impact of the program has been profound, and we remain deeply committed to securing resources necessary to continue to grow this support. In addition to STEP, the district also partners with CBH and DBH for intensive behavioral health services known as IBHS. These services are provided in every school in the district, so every school in the district has an IBHS provider. These services are coordinated with school teams and are delivered by licensed community-based mental health organizations. The goal with IBHS is to support emotion regulation, long-term skill building, stabilization, and enabling students to remain engaged and successful in their school communities. Our team has also led professional learning around healing-centered engagement, which is a strengths-based approach that emphasizes cultural identity, connectedness, and agency, and holistic wellness. The framework informs how we support students, families that have been impacted by trauma and adversity. Together, these efforts reflect the district's ongoing commitment to growing comprehensive mental health continuum, one that meets students where they are, supports their full well-being, and ensures every school community has access to responsive, healing-centered care. The last area I will speak about is around discipline practices and the use of collective punishment. The district does not endorse or support practices that impose consequences on groups of students for the actions of few. While the term collective punishment doesn't appear in district policy, and interpretations of it may vary, we recognize that certain actions, such as canceling recess for the entire class or instituting silent lunches, can be perceived as punitive and may erode trust between students and staff.
Hold on. And I said I wouldn't do this.
Yes.
Let me make sure we understand what you're saying correctly.
Sure.
So if I hear you, you're saying that the School District of Philadelphia, while not in writing, has a practice where the school district does not have collective punishment?
No, so we talk about, in our code of conduct, we say, do not penalize the whole class. We don't use that word collective punishment.
All right, so I'm gonna use your term, and then I'm gonna let you finish your testimony.
Okay.
So you're saying that the School District of Philadelphia has a policy in place where you're not allowed to punish the whole class?
In our code of conduct, we say that the whole class should not be punished for an actions of one or few.
So just out of curiosity, I promise I will let you finish your testimony.
Yes.
And the lawyer is saying should not or cannot or must not, because the lawyer said that those are two different things. So that's the first thing. And then if it's must not, what are the consequences? So,
number one, we have to be informed of it. So if we find out, right, that a class, that this occurs, I want to address it in terms of who did it, right? If it's the teacher or if it's a school level problem, we want to address it. So I have to be made aware that it's occurring. And then if it's found that the whole class recess is pulled, right, and it's happening multiple times a week, that doesn't align with what our code of conduct says.
I'm gonna let you finish, but give us something tangible, right? That helps me a little bit more. I'm a teacher, right? So I wanna know, if I tell this class, everyone has to stay after school for 15 minutes because you guys were talking too much, what happens to me? Am I getting a verbal warning? Am I getting written up? Is it a conversation with the principal? Because I hear your testimony, and while you were testifying, I literally said to Councilmember Brooks, I'm not gonna interrupt you. But then you said something that just
That's fine.
shocked the conscience.
So the school leader, right, the school leader has the code of conduct and knows what our policy is. If the classroom is not following that, the teacher's not following that, then they need to be held accountable, right? And so the first level offense would be that principal.
Okay, and so go back to what Councilmember Landau said. Is it a recommendation or is it a practice you can't do? Is it should not or cannot?
I don't want to.
All right, fair. Go ahead, finish your testimony. Apologize.
Okay.
We just got a lot of people. I'm listening
is-
to faces, looking at
that is-
faces and reading expressions. Again, I'm a teacher, so as you're saying some of this stuff, a lot of us are like, whoa, wow. I mean, even me, I remember being a kid, and it's like, yo, no, everybody's staying after school, right? I'm a teacher. I was a teacher. I've been at so many schools. It's a common practice to be able to say, you know, the whole class is gonna be 5 minutes late to lunch because you all can't get it together. These are common things that happen in education, not just in Philadelphia, but all across the country. So what we don't want, right, is for you to provide testimony that's catered to the demographic that's here. What we do want is accurate information.
Of course.
So we can figure out what we're doing well and what we need to improve. So go ahead, please finish with
Okay.
the testimony. No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I agree with you, but let's let the doctor finish her testimony, and then we will give you plenty of time to chant and advocate. You will get plenty of time for that. I
you.
promise.
So we rely on, and again, I'm going to pick up, I'm not exactly sure where I left off, so bear with me. We rely on strong partnerships with staff, family, and advocates to bring these instances to our attention so they can be addressed promptly and constructively. With more than 200 schools, across the district, ensuring consistency for implementation of student-centered restorative practices remains an ongoing challenge. Continued support is essential to strengthening our accountability systems and equipping school leaders with the tools and professional development they need to respond to student behavior effectively. Our broader commitment is to eliminate, exclusionary discipline practices, especially those that disproportionately impact Black and brown students, and to foster a culture rooted in dignity, accountability, inclusion, and student success. Each year, the Student Code of Conduct is reviewed and revised with input from a diverse range of stakeholders. The code includes resources, strategies that encourage staff to respond to behavior in restorative and developmentally appropriate ways. School leaders are encouraged and led through trainings to review this code with staff. And district provides ongoing professional learning opportunities to focus on positive behavior supports and restorative approaches. We believe that every child in Philadelphia deserves a joyful, supportive, equitable school experience. We are grateful for City Council's focus on these issues and your partnership in creating conditions where all students can thrive, not just academically, but as a whole person. Thank you.
Thank you. Before Nicole goes, I just want to take a moment to recognize that Council President Kenyatta Johnson has joined us. Council President, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of today's conversation. Nicole, please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
I feel like I'm short. Is it on? Can you hear me? Because I feel short. I think it's a chair, yeah, thank you. So good morning, my name is Nicole Hunt, President of Unite Here, Local 634. Our local represents over 2,000 food service and student climate staff employees across the school district of Philadelphia. As you know, a majority of our union's members are Black and are women, unlike other school district employees. 95% of Local 634 members live in the city of Philadelphia and have children and grandchildren who live with us and attend public schools. Local 634's food service workers are employees who cook and prepare meals for students. Meanwhile, our student climate staff workers support students as they go from classroom to classroom, talk in our lunchrooms and play in the schoolyard. We ensure that students are kept safe in hallways, lunchrooms, and recreation areas. We ensure that students are kept fed throughout the school day. We believe that we are the staff at the heart of Philadelphia Public Schools. I first want to put on the record that our members of Local 634 remain underpaid. Our lowest paid members make just $17 per hour. During our most recent negotiations, the school district insisted that it is not bound by the City Council's 21st century minimum wage ordinance. Unfortunately, the school district continues to take the position that we should not receive the same automatic cost of living increases that city contractors and employees receive. Many of you stood with us 2 summers ago during our most recent campaign for fair and equitable contract. We have made progress, but we are still working hard to make sure that the school district is prioritizing members of Local 634 and the rest, the nourishment and the play that we help make possible. Unfortunately, all of our members are in schools right now, hard at work to put smiles on student faces, but I am here on their behalf to stand against dehumanizing practices like collective punishment and for the school district to put joy first. Local 634 members are more than just hall and recess monitors and cafeteria workers. We call ourselves the staff at the heart of Philadelphia schools. That is because we are responsible for making sure that students feel welcome, safe, happy when they are outside of the classroom. We form connections and support for young people as they unwind and explore outside of their formal learning process. We know kids want to come to school each day when they come to school each day when they have the chance to develop who they are with their peers, to play and to explore. At the same time, we have seen firsthand how policies like silent lunch and denial of recess impact young people. These practices are far too present across the district, especially in majority Black schools. These anti-Black practices devalue students and have clear impacts on their mental health. When schools are places of fear and not places of joy, they are not places where students want to be. That is not acceptable. Our union has time and time again stood against the school district appetite to provide substandard wages and benefits to our union. It's only union disproportionately combined of Black women. We have stated that we believe substandard wages and benefits for our members is anti-Black, and now we are advocating for an anti-Black policy that significantly punish Black students. But of all that, I want to be crystal clear about what my members see. We see firsthand that positive and uplifting school environments boost attendance. We see that Philadelphia students feel confident when they are allowed to play and explore. We see that our work in helping to create joy matters. That means that the school district needs to invest in ensuring joy, and it needs to invest in the necessary staff to allow joy to happen. We need more student climate staff and food service workers to make sure there's enough supervision so that our young people are safe while they play, explore, and grow together. And we need to make sure that these jobs has adequate wages and benefits and are supported by the school district and its administrators. I know when my members are happy and feel supported, they can best do their job. And that means that they can and will help to guarantee joy during the school day. This is why we are here to support the creation of a new Chief of Joy position that will be committed to ensuring that our schools are places of joy and happiness and not places of punishment. And we support in order to explore what is going on in our classrooms, our halls, and our lunchrooms, and our schoolyards. Our union has long demanded that our members be valued for the work that they do to ensure that students are safe, feel happy, valued, respected, and engaged. It's time for joy itself to be valued as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the members of the Joint Committees on Education and Children and Youth of Philadelphia City Council. My name is LaShawna Coleman. I'm the Treasurer and Chief of Staff of the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers, or PFT, and I'm pleased to be here today at the invitation of Minority Leader Kendra Brooks. The PFT represents, The PFT represents more than 14,000 education professionals who work in the School District of Philadelphia. We are proud to be the foremost advocates for children's education, health, and wellness in the city of Philadelphia. Right now, the student population in Philadelphia public schools is growing after years of decline. This is due to a number of developments realized in great part by the hardworking, dedicated members of the PFT. Many of us are lifelong educators who have been working for the district since it was under state control. We came to work every day during the School Reform Commission years when it wasn't clear that the district would have enough funding to start a new school year. We came to work during the reckless mass closures of schools, which cut gaping wounds in communities that have yet to fully heal. We even came to work after politicians in Harrisburg tried to illegally cancel our collective bargaining agreement with the district. Many lifelong educators, including myself, are still here and still dedicated to Philadelphia students despite the turmoil and uncertainty, because we know education has power to ameliorate the inequities too many children in this city are born into. We know firsthand the curiosity and light that lives in all children, light that must be nurtured with skill, wisdom, and care in order to lead our youth towards paths that challenge, reward, and inspire. The stated purpose of this hearing is to explore the role of joy in K-12 education. I want to acknowledge how thrilling it is to just say those words out loud. As public school educators and activists, we spend so much time calling out systemic deprivation that frankly affects every school building in this city. There are so many long-standing unmet needs in our schools which directly impact our children, and more importantly, how they view their place and potential in this world, that it breaks my heart daily. But today, in the year 2025, and everything that is happening to public educators and students right now, we are in council chambers to talk about joy in Philadelphia public classrooms. I again want to thank the members of this committee for the opportunity to talk about the hope, possibility, and light in each and every one of our students. Our most effective educators are not stereotypical disciplinarians, although to be clear, Philly educators take our job seriously. Rather, our most effective educators teach from a place of love, of dreaming, and of joy. Our working conditions are children's learning conditions, and when schools are understaffed, that means more work for existing personnel, whether it be having to cover additional classrooms, having to teach in overcrowded rooms with not enough time to devote to students who need individualized attention, or having no time during the school day to perform bureaucratic tasks such as lesson preparation and paperwork, eating into the time our members need for family, rest, and personal care. In addition, staff shortages cheat students, as you see from our campaign buttons. It is a daily occurrence in our schools that a child is forced to wait an uncomfortable amount of time to go to the bathroom, or that one student's health emergency or episode effectively cancels learning or recreation for their peers because there simply aren't enough staff to supervise students. Staff shortages make it impossible for our members to provide the individualized attention, support, and care that every Philadelphia public school student deserves. That is why the PFT collective bargaining team, of which I am a member, is hard at work negotiating new caps on class sizes. Our proposals will require the district to provide extra compensation to members when class sizes exceed those caps, because overcrowded classes force members to work outside of regular hours. Additionally, our contract proposals include a demand to implement lower caseloads for counselors and nurses. We have also requested that the district institute a maximum caseload for counselors, and so that they too can effectively do their jobs. When working conditions are optimal for our members, so are learning conditions for students, who are then able to access non-core and engaging curricula, exposure to the arts and music, educational field trips, and exposure to cultures that both affirm diverse experiences and broaden student worlds. Adequate staffing in every district school is the baseline of what we should be providing for Philadelphia students. Only from there can we begin to implement an agenda of joyful learning and exploration for our students. Thank you again for inviting public school educators to this important discussion about making K-12 learning in Philly affirming and joyful for all students.
Before I recognize Council President Johnson, I have a question. we've heard what we don't want to see. I'm a former dean, former teacher. I've taught everything from undergrad down to kindergarten. What do you think, after listening to everything that we've heard today, what are appropriate disciplinary measures that we all feel like are acceptable when our children misstep? We heard the dozen of things we don't want to see. What do we think are appropriate disciplinary measures when we see missteps from our children in our academic settings?
I mean, what we've been trying to do is really lean into that restorative space, right? So our kids will make missteps. That's part of learning in life. It's not supposed to be, it's supposed to be a time where they can learn, you know, how to process, how to communicate with each other, how to then understand what choices could be made, and then think about what can happen next time, because they will have a challenge again, right? We know that. So it should be used as kind of a learning, time of learning, but leaning into kind of a restorative way versus, you know, you don't get recess, you don't get to kind of take things away. That's not where we want to go. We want to go in giving them a bag of tools, right, that they can continue to use as they can, you know, have issues as they proceed in life.
As I said, we're asking for lower class sizes as well as lower caseloads for our counselors. Many of our students need time to talk to someone. So when things don't always go right, we don't have enough counselors in our school to take them aside and have a reflective conversation so they can think about what happened or express, you know, what they're feeling. Because sometimes things happen the night before at home and they don't have someone to talk to because the counselor is doing all of the college applications or high school applications, and there's just one counselor in the school. So increasing those positions would greatly affect our children and their ability to reflect.
I agree with you 100%. If we have those positions, then we probably wouldn't need to use as many creative measures to try to redirect our children. So I agree 100%, but I do think that we have some homework to do. So in the midst of today's dialogue, we're hearing a lot about what we shouldn't do. I'm challenging the district to sit with some of the community stakeholders, union representation, and other people that are here that really care about this issue, so there can be an opportunity to not just talk about what we don't want to see in classrooms, but what are some best practices as it relates to what we do want to see. Because if we understand that we have educators who have issues around classroom management, right? Like, because that's where a lot of this comes from, is classrooms management. It's not necessarily Nicole's folks and the climate people that's in the hallways as much as the facilitator in the classroom. We need to make sure that we have common practices, not just don'ts, but also do's, so when things take place, we know what our go-to are. Chair recognizes Council President Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman Thomas. I just wanted to come past and just show my support for the hearing. Most importantly, my colleagues, Councilman Rue Landau and Kendra Brooks. I'm going to ask y'all to give them a round of applause for taking the leadership position around this particular issue. You know, I remember growing up as a kid, and some of you may remember, some of you may not remember, we had corporal punishment. And so I remember the paddle in elementary school, and I remember going to Barrett Junior High School. We had a room called Room 3, right? Well, Room 3, you had to go down there and do your work, and you wouldn't be associated with the rest of your friends and the other students. And then obviously, when I was in high school at Edward Bach High School, we also have another room, Room 101, just based upon, you know, I was bad, but that's a different story. But I remember all the room numbers. But we're in a different day and time, and as a parent, as a dad of two boys, right, and as a father and parenting, I understand the difference of how I might have been raised as a young man. This may not be how I'm going to raise my children. Hurt people, right? And a lot of young people come to school for a variety of different issues that they need support for, from just the environment and the pressures of living in the inner city of the city of Philadelphia. And so a couple questions in terms of, one, to Dr. Jamie Banks, and I just talked to Dr. Wallington to see where he's at on this issue. And his exact response is that this is one of their core issues, and he want to be supportive of this process, Chairman Thomas. He said it's one of their core strategic values. So he said he will be looking at figuring out how he can put more joy into their overall strategic plan. For me, I want to see also how do you incorporate, I'm an advocate of allowing the boots on the ground organizations to come in and participate and work in partnership with the district, right? When we were young, we had NTAs. Somebody got the great idea to get rid of NTAs, right? But with all due respect, and I support, everyone, all the teachers and so forth, but teachers aren't social workers, to be quite frank with you. But I also recognize that NTA, Ms. Brown from the neighborhood, Mr. Rob from the neighborhood, right? When I would act up, would set me straight, right? While I was at Bach, while I was at Barrett, while I was at Childs Elementary School. And I don't know if we can go back to that type of model, but I would think we should, right? Because I know it's very, very effective. But also making sure we're taking advantage of, again, partnering with the outside organizations like the Mothers in Charge. Listen, we were at a walk yesterday from a young lady, 17-year-old, murdered in the driveway. And while we knocking on doors, we met a young lady who was a friend who attended the same school. And she said, well, I'll be 19. She could have been turning 18, but now she won't see the full value of her life. So you got a kid that's dealing with trauma, right, that may act out in a certain type of way. You got from the drastic policies coming from DC, kids that's not going to school with a full belly of food for breakfast. And so if you're hungry in class, you're gonna act out, right? And you shouldn't be punished because that's the type of symptom of what's going on at home. So maybe we could push to more toward public, I'm not gonna say public-private partnerships, but allowing nonprofit organizations to be even more partners with the districts. And last but not least, just making sure that we're taking a holistic approach in how we support our young people, because I think a lot of them dealing with trauma, right? And also just making sure we have culturally competent, diverse teachers inside the schools. Because raising two black boys, I recognize what one teacher may perceive as aggression is just him just responding, how he want to respond. And if you're not able to discern between the two, then you're going to punish him because you're saying he's being quote unquote aggressive when he just barking a little bit. And so could you just give me an idea? I know that was a lot that I said, but I wanted to put some of those things on the record. But give me an idea where we're going in terms of making sure we're bringing in support systems to support our teachers, right? And then also in terms of the PFT, like I know y'all do collective bargaining. I guess, is the JOY position and the JOY agenda a part of what y'all actually asking for? I know you said counselors, I get that, but no, specifically, here's the JOY agenda. When we go in the room with the district, we're negotiating these positions, the audit that Kendra Brooks is speaking of that needs to be done, and things of that sort as a part of y'all agenda. So I just wanted to say that and give a shout out to Rosalind Witchernick, who's the head of Local 634 Unite Here. So that's it.
Partnerships are everything. And Dr. Watlington will say this, we cannot do this alone. We need our partnerships. I think part of what I did share earlier is we have been building this partnership database so that we can really understand all the partnerships we have, what schools they're with, what schools don't have partnerships and we should connect so we can better leverage partnerships. And so that's something out of the Accelerate Philly strategic plan Dr. Wallington kind of asked us to do, so that the Office of Strategic Partnerships is finalizing that right now. So definitely utilizing partnerships in ways in which they can help where we need support and they have expertise, right? Your other question around training and supports, your example is one that resonates with me. When we started this a couple years ago and continue to lean into it as a supportive environment series, which is trainings that we do for schools. And so sometimes that teacher that you said that may think that student did something disrespectful, I actually want to go a step further. Sometimes it's the car ride, the teacher woke up late, and the car ride, they hit a pothole, and then they got to school and their aide isn't going to be with them today, and then they have an interaction with a student, right? And that leads to them maybe not handling it in a way in which is restorative, right, and more punitive. So we started giving training to our teachers to say, we have to look at just you as well, right? We have to lean into what supports we're giving you so that you can then be there for our students. So I think that's a conversation that we continue to kind of lean into in terms of professional development, as well as our labor relations, human resources side, kind of looks at what supports and knowledge do our workforce need to do the job as well.
Go ahead.
So, my union represents because I know you spoke about the NTAs, and so I remember when the NTAs were in school, and our people were named noontime aides, so it was always like, kind of like, oh, noontime aides, NTAs. So our role, what you talked about earlier, is doing just that, supporting the students. We monitor hallways, we monitor the lunchroom, we're in the cafeterias. So we're student climate staff, and we do that. We have been pushing the district for more training for our student climate staff. So they hire them off the street, and we've been talking about de-escalation training, conflict resolution, and making sure that the district does these things so that we can support the students. Because I believe in just what you said about students act out because they want attention. And some of our folks are in the neighborhood. They live in the neighborhood, they walk to school, they have relationships, they see the students at home, they know the parents. And so we want to make sure that they have those relationships, because sometimes students, we always say everybody in the school district that works in the school district have their own specific role. Teachers teach, principals manage the buildings, our folks are huggers, or we talk to them. Sometimes our students in the schools are confided in our student climate staff about things that goes on at home, things that goes in the neighborhoods, and we need more of that. And so we keep pressing the district. You could have a school like me that's close to my office. I believe they have 2 student climate staff. That's ridiculous. But then you go to a school, and that's an all-black school. But then you go to a school like Lincoln, even though it's bigger, you have 20 student climate staff. You go to most of the schools in the Northeast have so many student climate staff, but then you go to a school, majority black schools, they don't have enough student climate staff to manage the students, so they can't build those relationships with those students because it's too many of them. This is the time where they're running around the lunchroom, but we want the kids to make sure that they're able to feel comfortable with us. So when you talk about it, we need to push the district to train our folks when they hire them. Don't just bring them in and then set them up for failure. Teach them so that they can work with those students, so those students can feel they can feel trust in those workers, so that therefore they can be better in school and then have more joy in school. So.
And I just want to add that we are working on that. We are working on We're working on a training plan to really kind of lean into how valuable they are, and then making sure that they have what they need to be supportive. So we are working on a training plan, I believe, for the upcoming school year for those team members.
So let me just add to that. So homework for when this district comes before council is a training plan for climate staff. We also had a separate meeting where we talked about when you hire climate staff, for them to be places that's age appropriate. So if I'm hiring a 20-year-old climate staff, that person probably shouldn't be working in a high school, right? So, and then last but not least, as it relates to homework, we spoke last year around, and I remember the exact example, it was Kensington Health and Science. We compared it to Frankfurt High School, and we looked at the public-private partnerships, to use the council president's terminology, nonprofit partners, and we seen that some schools had significantly more partners than others, and we were told it's based on the discretion of the principal. So the last homework assignment for when we come to budget from the district will be to bring us a list, especially our comprehensive high schools, of who are the nonprofit partners for all of our comprehensive high schools, so we can compare and contrast West Philly High School, Overbrook High School, to a Lincoln, a Northeast, a Ben Franklin, a Massillon. So those are things we want to see when we come in the budget. The person who brought us together today is If we could give her a round of applause, because this dialogue is amazing, so I want to take a moment to not just recognize Councilmember Brooks because she's next, but also turn it over to her to chair the remainder of the hearing. But overall, can we give Councilmember Brooks a round of applause for bringing us together today under such an important topic? Councilmember Brooks.
Thank you so much, but I've also done this in conjunction with Councilmember Landau, so she has to get some love too.
Thank you, Councilmember Landau. Thank you. Appreciate the love. Thank you for bringing us together.
So I have a few questions to start this off. You wanted to go? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. I couldn't agree with you more, President Johnson, concerning non-teaching assistants, NTAs. The PFT has been advocating for close to 20 years now to return that position to our schools. They were people who were largely members of the communities in which they worked. They were full-time employees who earned a fair wage. The district eliminated those positions many years ago to our opposition strongly.
Okay.
Those positions were filled by people who had firm but loving touches with our children. I remember as an early teacher, they would come to the classroom, they would help you, for everything, whether you had to run to the bathroom, whether a child was having a rough day. They would take them out, they were able to talk to them in a way that sometimes somebody who didn't know the children or community as well wasn't able to. So we strongly support returning those positions to our schools. In addition, to answer your question concerning what PFT is doing with the district in terms of joy and making sure that kids have access to activities, we recently worked with Randy Davila in the Office of Student Life to implement additional extracurricular time for our students to make sure that schools that are not typical schools that have access to things like robotics and other higher level clubs, that we found money and ways to distribute it in a way that was equitable so that those schools would have access to. So our schools that do service children who are majority Black and brown or from economic backgrounds that are not doing as well.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, I have a bunch of questions, mostly for the district, but I will start off with, you mentioned about restorative practices, and my question is, who determines that a restorative route is going to be taken? Who makes that determination when a report is made that something happened? Who determines if it's going to be sent through a restorative framework?
So in our code of conduct, sorry, can you hear me? In our code of conduct, it not only says kind of what the infractions are, but goes into kind of restorative practices and gives schools a whole kind of matrix of different options in terms of dealing with issues. As we then train our school leaders on how to utilize the matrix and the discipline.
So, okay, let me explain. I'm a restorative practitioner that trains school district staff. So my question is, who makes the determination that that is going to happen? Who determines if an infraction is reported? And I know it's a bunch of things that could go.
So
who says that? Like, who says, I'm going to send you through this route?
Right, so it's the school leader and the discipline system. So school leader, it might be the principal themselves, it could be a climate manager, it could be a dean. They usually have a process where they choose kind of what the practice is going to be. We help give them ideas of what is restorative and what they can do.
Even if it's from staff to student, not student to student, staff to student. So if some of the violations that the parents mentioned were infractions between an adult and a young person.
So that's
so
labor,
if it's reported,
if
who
it's
makes that? Yeah,
okay, if it's, sorry, I'm thinking you're talking student to student.
Yeah, not student to student.
Adult to student, we have kind of a labor relations process, right? So the school principal would alert the issue, it would be investigated, right? And then upon that investigation in terms of what needs to happen to rectify with the adult, it is determined. So it could be, it could be handled at the school level, it could raise up to labor relations and investigation, and then recommendations come from that, then what happens next?
And then is the parent or family then informed of what the result of the investigation once they made the request?
They are provided an update. I'm not sure about the specifics, so let me get back to you on that.
Okay.
In terms of what level of specifics can be given to the family.
Okay. And I'm just thinking from a framework, I don't know if you were here early when I say I was highly triggered by that parent's testimony, so I'm not going in as hard as I could because I don't want to be specific.
Understood.
But from the framework of hurt people, and the example that you use, if an adult had a bad day coming into school, they need to check themselves before they deal with young people.
They do.
I'm saying, coming into this hearing today, I was on 95 from an event in the Frankfurt. My staff didn't show up. I didn't know who was picking me up. I broke the heel of my shoe. I'm sitting here smiling. I met you on the elevator.
Yes.
You didn't know all that was going on. I still said good morning and kept it moving. And this is an adult to adult. So the social and emotional learning piece falls on the adults, on the professionals. And that's why I'm kind of trying to figure this trickle down, because our children get lost in the framework, especially if we're starting with a teacher had a bad day.
Right, no. What we're trying to do is educate adults about themselves too, right?
Thank you for that.
And they understand their impact.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to my real questions. I just had to put that there. Back to the bathroom breaks. So the testimony today made it clear that while the district expects schools to allow bathroom and recess breaks, many children are still routinely denied both. There's a difference between an expectation and a mandate. In some Southwest Philadelphia schools, from what we're understanding, is parents report sending their children to schools wearing incontinent products out of fear that menstrual products will fail and access to the bathroom is uncertain, and children are afraid to ask. So my questions are, how many designated bathroom breaks are for students in pre-K through 12th grade? How many are guaranteed a day?
Sorry, I'm trying to get my words together. I do not have that to give you in terms of this many bathroom breaks. What we do is ensure, what we tell them to do is they should not be withholding bathroom breaks. So number one, if you have, I want to know about these incidents that you share. So if someone feels as though they have to come to school and wear those products because of fear, that's not okay.
This is a norm. This might be one reported incident, but this is not uncommon that kids aren't allowed to go to the bathroom.
So that's of concern. It's not as if it's prescriptive in that we say there needs to be 5 bathroom breaks in this amount of hours. I will take this back and look into it further, but that's not okay.
And I'm saying this because it goes back to when the lawyer here, is it a should or is it a must? And I think that we need to probably put some parameters there, because if there is no clear policy, like in Pennsylvania, minor employees are entitled to a 60-minute break during an 8-hour shift. Yet we're asking young people to go an entire school day without a guaranteed break. So the Lift Every Voice parents submitted feedback on the wellness policy, calling for bathroom access at all times, 2 dedicated breaks per day, separate from lunch, clear posted water breaks, and access guidelines. So my question is, are you guys willing to commit to writing something in writing for a district-wide guidance for how principals, that includes these basic protections? Like, this is like you said, you need to look back on it and you're like really surprised, and I'm saying this firsthand as a person, and folks here know I spent many of years, full day volunteering in schools. My oldest daughter is 34 years old. My youngest is 16. This is nothing new. Can we have something in writing that guarantees that young people are allowed to go to the bathroom a certain amount of times a day?
I will take this back. I mean, there's no reason why this should be an issue, right? Bathroom break is a natural occurrence, so I will take this back.
Thank you for that. My next question goes into STEP teams. The STEP program, it began in 2017, and 7 years, just 9% of the school districts have full-time STEP teams. That's not enough. This model works. It's embedded in trauma-informed support into schools, but it requires investment and some interagency coordination. So yes, We realized that a workplace shortage is happening, but the district, we were able to overcome the nursing shortage with Lift Every Voice pressure and internal leadership. So the question is, what is the district's recruitment and staffing goal for STEP teams? What is the target for this year and next year? And if this model works, why aren't we scaling it up?
Right. So in terms of the specific staffing numbers, the district will be coming back with those on the 29th hearing with my talent colleagues. But in terms of STEP, I want to be really clear in that the initial 21, which again was funded via the partnership and continue to be funded through the partnership with DBH and CBH, are the fully funded. Everything outside of that, so there's 20, so there's 45. So the what is the 20, I can't do math right now. You get me?
Yes.
Those are funded from district dollars. So I just want to be really clear, the district has put out funding to grow the programs, and all of those are funded, again, a couple different funding streams, but it's funded via district dollars. With the shortage of funding, it's always, our school leaders every year are able to look at their budgets and determine if they can allocate funding towards their needs. And some of our school leaders have identified the STEP program as something that they want to fund in their buildings. As we identify other dollars, as we get grant dollars, we always look to increase this, but it's something that we need more consistent funding to be able to definitively say we're trying to grow this by X number.
So the STEP programs are at the discretion of the principal. Is it a request like when they do their budget and you get to pick how many? I used to work very closely with my principal, so I'm just, when you select teachers and principals and you go to Title I funding, is this the same money you're trying to figure out to pay?
There's two avenues.
Okay.
There's one avenue where, yes, a principal can decide that with their budget to allocate funding for this program, just like they would allocate funding for climate staff, teachers, and so on. At times when we have additional grant funding, grant dollars, and we're looking to really, like when we were leaning into some of our gun violence areas and things of that nature, and we have additional grant dollars, we will then say STEP teams would be really helpful in these schools, and we have funded them that way as well.
So one of my questions is, so when we think about, I know it's at the principal's discretion, and the budget allocation determines on how much the school has. But if there are certain schools that are in critical zones that we are identified as needing more trauma-informed or more assessment, there's no stipulation to determine that those schools will get the particular funds needed to make sure they're able to afford additional programs like a STEP team?
So this is, again, a little bit out of more in my CFO's lane than mine to be able to discuss. However, what we have done as we have identified additional dollars is look at the communities that we really think need it and kind of put it in those. So when the funding is identified, that's how we decide where to go next, in addition to our principals being able to opt in on their own.
Okay. My next question's around collective discipline and collective punishment. So the Lift Every Voice members report that the district has agreed to ban collective punishment in the updated code of conduct, and that's a meaningful step. But these practices, which was silent lunches, canceled recess, is still happening. Will the district explicitly ban collective punishment? I know you don't use that terminology.
Right.
In the updated code of conduct, including silent lunches and canceled recess? And how will enforcement be ensured at the school level?
Yeah. So we are in the updated code of conduct for next school year. We are saying they may not, right, do this collective punishment, meaning shall not, may not, they can't. We are using stronger language to underline that we do not want recess and such taken away for the entire class, for behavior for one, right? So we are using and will be using language. In addition, as I shared before, our Lift Every Voice team members will be part of our review process of the updated. So we're doing it right now, and they will be seeing the proposals as well as giving feedback to how to make it stronger and better.
All right, because little Kenyatta's, he spoke for himself, kept me in lunch a whole lot of times. I had to miss lunch because of little Kenyatta. He's not here right now. Council President stepped out, but I remember in my years growing up that, and I came from corporal punishment, so we had a paddle when I was in school, so.
Understood.
My next question is healthy air. I want to ask about your plan to improve air quality in schools. Philly's childhood asthma rate is triple the national average, and our Black and brown and Latino children in our city are hospitalized for asthma attacks more than 4 times as often as white children. So the issue of indoor air quality in our schools is extremely important to me. I'm sure that we can all agree on that. The listening session that the school district conducted recently was very helpful, and in those sessions, I'm glad to hear that Dr. Oshill told families and staff that the school district acknowledged the need to acquire HEPA filters for classrooms and occupied spaces across the school. This would be a major step towards healthy schools that we all need and our children deserve. Given the urgency of our students' health needs, will you commit to procuring these HEPA filters for every school in next year's budget?
As I'm Student Support Services, this is Dr. Oshill. This would be our Deputy Superintendent Oshill's area. So I will ask Laurel and team members when they come back on the 29th to be able to respond to that. I will say in terms of asthma, we've been doing a lot of work around asthma, including that we cover stock albuterol in all of our schools, which we didn't do previously. Again, that sort of answer your question, but I want to say we are proactively trying to think about how to have resources in-house as much as possible and help our students so they don't have these episodes.
All right, I have 2 more. One is special education. The next one is special education. So in 2019, the Pennsylvania Department of Education found that the district was not referring or evaluating students in a timely way. This denied many students the services they are legally entitled to. So the questions are, what is the average wait time for a special education evaluation? Is there a backlog, and what are we doing about it? And are evaluations up or down compared to prior years?
And again, I apologize. Dr. Natalie Nuri, Diverse Learners is where special education falls. So I'm unable to provide those responses, but we will get back to you with those questions shortly after this.
All right, maybe you can help me with this. Maybe we don't have no knock against you. Maybe the district didn't send all the correct people to be prepared for this hearing, but I thank you for your testimony so far. You've been very helpful. Discipline disparities. I think that falls.
Say that again?
Discipline?
Yes.
Okay. The district data shows that while suspensions are down, Black and Latino students are still suspended at a far higher rate than white students. If a Black student is more likely to be suspended than a white peer for the same behavior, how is that anything but institutional racism? And what's being done to stop it, like immediately?
So we've been doing a lot of work around this, as it's not okay. Everything from our Office of Rights and Responsibilities, in partnership with our Office of DEI, have been doing a lot of training and understanding for our leaders as well as our teachers to really understand what's going on. And then make sure that, how does that relate to practice, right? How do we, again, make sure we are not targeting certain groups of kids as we identify problems and issues? How do we look at our own data? how does each school look at their data in terms of who they're identifying, who they are disciplining, and what that percentage looks like, so they can have their own checks and balances as it relates to this. So we're doing a lot of training. We are leaning into schools to look at their own data in terms of discipline as it relates to race and gender. And then also, again, leaning back into restorative work in terms of when we do have issues, is everything, making sure that things are all accounted for the same way, same severity level, and not disproportionately saying that something is what it's not.
So my only concern about the evaluation process, some of it is like the wolf watching over the chickens. Only reason I'm just saying, as a black woman, the majority of the teachers and principals are white people in the school district of Philadelphia. And we talk about DEI, and we realize that racism exists. We realize that it exists amongst leadership in school, it exists amongst our teachers in school, and it indirectly affects, or directly affects, not just our students, but our climate staff. Because some of our climate staff are seen as subordinate, therefore the racism that they experience does not get reported or recognized or moved up the chain, and that same racism is reflected on our students. And that's why I'm concerned about who's watching over the data that we receive around racist experiences of young people being reported, documented, and moved up the chain to even receive a restorative situation, because we realize it will stop at the teacher, it can stop at the counselor, and it can stop at the principal. What are we doing to make sure that if a report comes in from a family that a child has experienced some level of racism, that is actually going to be taken seriously and not just swiped under the table?
Yeah, so we also have our bullying harassment kind of complaint system where families can enter in their report there, and we have folks at central office that then follow it through to make sure that it's not just swept under the rug at the school level, and make sure that there's closure to that incident.
Where does a parent get that? Because
So-
I've been in the school, I've never heard this.
So via our face liaisons, right, definitely help support and help give that
So
information
you're
out.
asking a parent to go to another district staff to report racism?
I'm saying they can speak to their liaison, or on our website, again, there's a link of how to submit these complaints.
So on the school district website, there's somewhere you can go, it's a link, where you can report a complaint against an administrator or whoever that you consider to be racist.
There's that.
Or
There's,
whatever, a
or there's
grievance.
Let's Talk, our Let's Talk feature, which is our newer internal system that a parent can put, whatever complaint, concern, question, they can then delineate where they want to go, whether it's a superintendent office or if they know the specific office needs to go to. And that is not only monitored for resolution to see that the entry was dealt with, but also the family can rate the interaction if they felt as if it was resolved or not. So,
Do you know what the turnaround is from the report being made and someone getting back to someone?
in terms of Let's Talk, or in
Yes,
terms
let's
of
talk. This is because this is the simplest way I'm
Right.
hearing.
Let's Talk. We're told 24, 48 hours that we need to be some response. If not, then the individuals that it went to continue to get notifications. So it might be initial response. There might need to be further conversation, but we're supposed to turn around.
All right, I'm gonna test your theory.
Okay.
Okay, where you next?
If I could, I got to.
Harity was next, actually. Go ahead.
Real quick. I just want to ask you this one question. It's that, by the way, my colleagues have asked all the questions, honestly, especially Councilwoman Kendra Brooks. Thank you, Chairwoman. Why hasn't the district adopted a standardized SEL curriculum system-wide? and what would it take to make that happen?
So we have a couple different SEL approaches. There's standalone and basic kind of social emotional learning knowledge that we push out to schools, but on top of that, we have our PBIS, which has evidence of being very successful, as well as our restorative Relationships First, which is restorative practices work that our schools really love and it has shown successful too. We find that our schools are different communities, and so we want to make sure that they are picking a curriculum and a product that really is in line with that. We give coaching support for which option our schools choose, but to say universal, we only use this, it may not be, there may be some schools that another approach would be better for them, so that's why we give those options. They all have to select an approach in their school planning every year. So every school has to select an approach, but we allow them to identify and then we give supports for
Do
this
you
approach.
evaluate that approach? Are you the person responsible for evaluating each school's approach?
The approaches, yeah, so we have evaluations going on right now for restorative Relationships First programming, as well as we have kind of ongoing data as it relates to our PBIS.
Interesting. I don't know. That makes sense to me. Everyone's unique, but I feel like there should be some standard,
It is
standard things that you just have to have. But I don't know. Actually, honestly, I want to thank, Councilwoman Brooks for bringing this to our attention, because now I'm a little bit more invested in this as a result. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Harity.
Thank you all. Yeah, I will be here? Good. I think he's got me on the pay no mind list over there. My brother. All right, listen, first off, congratulations to my sister and brothers from Unite here. We were with you, Council President has left already, but we had our hearing standing by just to make sure that they were going to do the right thing. So I'm glad that you guys were able to come up with a contract. I have a lot of concerns when it comes to the school board, but one of my biggest concerns is trauma in our schools and the ability of our children to speak to somebody about that trauma. So for an example, I went to a retirement party last night for John Hunjinsky, who was the president of 1199C. And I bring it up because while it was a retirement party for him, he didn't really pose it as that. He posed it with him and his wife about the nonprofit that they started that works in the schools. And I'm sorry, I don't remember the actual school name that was they were working in, but it was a school that offers healthcare as a curriculum. So they started a nonprofit in order to help high school students to get into the medical field. And what struck me was when they honored the kids. We did give him some props and a resolution, but basically his retirement party was about these kids that were graduating this program. And it hit me pretty hard because one of the kids, they read a letter that she had written to her teacher, Miss DeFelice, explaining what the program did for her. So to explain it, I have to tell a little bit about the young lady's story. And it basically started out with, because of the lack of a father in her life, she resorted to solving her problems with violence and fistfights, and she acted out because of that lack of a father. And this is her words, not mine. And while I had a father in my life, I kind of related to that because I actually did the same thing. My father wasn't around a lot when I was young. He got his act together eventually, and you know, there was a difference though between when he was going through his stuff and my schooling to when he got his act together and my schooling after that, because that trauma had been lifted and was dealt with. So what struck me was that this girl, she straight out said that she dealt with her problems with violence. She dealt with her violence by lashing out at others, being argumentative, and a lot of it stemmed from the fact that nobody actually talked to her. They just kept on reprimanding her and punishing her for the trauma that she was facing. And now, don't get me wrong, I don't expect a teacher to know everything about all their students. But there are signs that we can look for, and there are things that tell. But what struck me was the difference in this young lady's life, from not thinking she had a future to completing that program and having all these opportunities now presented to her in the way of scholarships and offers from colleges. But the fact of the matter is, it was only because one teacher took the time to talk to this young lady. And I heard you say that, you know, the access to mental health in our school system is accessible for all students. But I know for a fact that is not true. It is accessible online. But the bottom line is, I know from my own experience, nothing beats talking to somebody one-on-one and in person. So what would we have to do to make it more accessible for kids to actually talk to somebody in person instead of online? Now listen, online may work for some people. It may help. But some of the trauma that these kids are facing, especially kids that come from my neighborhood in Kensington, is real.
No. Thank you for that. I will say our intensive behavioral health services that we have in partnership with CBH and DBH are actually in the building. If a student is connected, they will and can receive in-person support. I also want to lift up that...
Excuse me, is that in their building?
Yes, every school building has intensive behavioral health services. Their counselor can help connect them with that service, but that's live in person, not online, right? Live in person, home, community support, right? And can meet them, even if they don't want to have the session in the school building, they can have it at home or have it somewhere else, right? Because sometimes a kid may not want to have it in the school building. What I also think is very important is that every child having a relationship with a trusting adult. That is why lifting up the conversations about partnerships and programs is beyond important, because it only takes that one relationship with a trusting adult to help a child through. Mental health needs continue to increase. However, some kids just need to know someone's there for them, right? And so you don't necessarily always need a therapist to do that. So continuing to connect our kids and continuing to connect the programs for in-school, after-school, summer breaks is beyond important, because that's how we get to even more children in terms of supported and connectiveness.
So you're saying that we have 100% staffing in counselors in all our schools in Philadelphia?
In all of our schools have at least one counselor, and the percentage, I might be a little off, but it's 40 to 50%, and I'll have my team members come back to confirm, have more than one counselor.
I would hope so.
Yeah, no.
Numbers,
but
how many,
most people will say.
here's another question for you, so just so we can
Go ahead.
visualize this. How many kids on average in a school?
So with that said, you're talking about the ratio. And so there's one counselor per couple hundred kids, right? And so it's still a lot. And that's why I say counselors are needed. We will continue, and we have increased the number of counselors we've had. But we need more.
The mental health of those counselors. If you got counselors who were dealing with the trauma of hundreds of kids at one time, that's got to be traumatizing in itself.
We pour into them as well, right? So we have a lot of, next week we have another counselor convening where we pull them all together to not only increase their training, but also touching base, as it's a lot of work, right?
Could I ask what the average salary of a counselor is?
I do not have the salary information. So I'm seeing counselors, it's a
Same pay scale as teachers.
yeah.
Same scale as
So about
teachers?
55,000 to start.
And depending on-
And then the top salary is 107.
There you go. So 55 to 107, depending on where they are.
55, that's a big,
Excuse
big
myself for another
disparity.
commitment, but thank you guys for having us.
As you can see, our children today are dealing with so many different issues. Most of them haven't actually even dealt with the issues of COVID that sent them into isolation and fear of the possibilities of that disease. And we need to do better. Our kids deserve a healthy, joyful place to go to school. I talk about it all the time. There's studies that show things as simple as building a new school in a low-income neighborhood can drop crime by 10% because the kids feel as though we believe in them. They feel as though somebody believes in them. And it gives them a sense of pride in their school and in their neighbor. And our facilities plan, as Councilman Isaiah Thomas has stated, I'm very curious to see that. We've been asking for it for a long time. I've been here 2 years, and we started asking for it as soon as I got here. So I'm not saying that the school board is not trying and they're not doing the best that, well, I don't even want to say the best that they can. I believe that we need a lot of things in our school board. And, you know, as I've been sitting up here listening, I'm actually starting to think that maybe we need to do something similar to the Police Oversight Committee and do a citizens oversight committee of the actual school board so that they can come back here and tell us what the school board is doing, and so that the actual families of the students could actually have a say or at least know the direction that our school board is taking. So maybe that's something I need to look into, is trying to see how we get some more parents having a little bit more say in what happens in our schools. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to recognize Jamie and the students real quick over there. I think council member, thank y'all so much. Councilman Harity said he has one more question.
Just one more question, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to pick on you, But I asked the last panel, so you're the school board, I might as well ask you, when you get a Joy officer in the district, how do you see that position interacting with the parents and with the children?
I think the interaction with the parents and children is vital. I believe it's compiling the information we already have, the data we already have, making sense of it, looking at the data that we don't have, and figuring out ways to kind of collect that information. Across the district sometimes, again, given the number of schools we have, it's around implementation. So fidelity of implementation and looking at barriers and coming up with recommendations so that what can be, for the things that we already have policy and procedure for, we can continue to make sure it's actually happening. And then, identifying the things that we don't and making procedures and protocols for to address, as well as just kind of making sure there's open communication between what we're doing in the district with our parents and students.
Thank you.
I want to recognize Councilmember Gautier and the young Democrats from the University of Pennsylvania here watching our democracy in action. Are there any other questions or comments from? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I'm sorry. Next, Councilmember Landau.
Thank you. I want to start by saying I realize that we've had so many questions for this panel that we're running over, and I want to make sure that we hear the voices of all of the other panelists. So I will try to keep my questions directed just to make sure that we can move on. But Dr. Banks, thanks for being here. You're the only school district official testifying today, so I do have some questions for you. Thank you, Unite Here, and PFT also for being here as well. But so Dr. Banks, thank you for the work that you do. My understanding is that you have been very responsive to lift every voice and been very helpful, but it's very hard to get what you're saying or you're doing or the policies that are in place trickled down to the individual schools. And it seems to me it's something that we have to work on. I think it happens from all of our decentralized departments and partners in the city. But I do want to get back to the code of conduct. I found two documents while I've been waiting. One is the policy that establishes a code of conduct, policy 218, and then the 2024-2025 code of conduct itself. And nowhere in that document have I been able to find anything that is close to the words collective punishment, where we talk about don't punish an entire class for the actions of one student. Am I missing the words, or is there the absence of that language in the current code of conduct?
So I slightly misspoke. So in the revised copy that we're working on right now, we are putting those words to make it clear that again, you should not punish the collective for the I don't want to say misdoings, just for the occurrence of behavior of one.
Thank you. And is that for this current year or for next year?
Sorry. We're already in this year, so this year, the one you're looking at is what our schools are following. This will be put out this summer for next school year.
Great. I can't wait for you to have your partner, a Chief of Joy, who I think could help support you. You shouldn't have to lift all this up yourself. It's going to be so great to have a partner. I would also suggest that this partner really hear and listen the voices of the parents and the students. The fact that they're Is something occurring that is not explicitly denoted in a code of conduct doesn't mean it doesn't exist, and that we have to constantly be refining what we're saying and doing in the schools to make sure that our standards reflect exactly what we want to see in the schools. So thank you for your openness to that.
Of course.
I have a couple of questions that I think are specific to you. I'm going to hold the rest to the 29th. Oh, now I can't wait for the 29th. The school district has a lot of vacancies, and because of the vacancies, it by default saves money because it hasn't filled the vacancies, so it has staffing surplus. What does it do with that surplus? Is it collected for the entire school district, or is it held for each individual school?
The CFO, that's the CFO
It's a 29th
answer, and
question,
unfortunately,
right. I'm gonna hit
apologies.
all Chief of Joy questions then. I got you. I wanted to know, let me get to my Chief of Joy questions. What is the district's plan to ensure every student has access to both art and music?
So we really believe that art and music, you know, as well as recess, as well as anything that continues to build the whole child, right? It's not just the academic content in isolation. And so we continue to, in terms of budget as well as partnerships, look at how we can continue to infuse it in our schools, and looking at the discrepancy, as you said, or one of your colleagues, you know, shared around schools that have it versus schools that don't. So continuing to kind of address that issue with both what we, you know, are budgeting, as well as the partnerships that we bring into the schools.
Thank you. Is anybody keeping track of what schools have field trips and which do not, and how to make that more equitable?
I'll have to get back to you on that one as well. I'm not sure if the school trips are, the data is kept centrally or not, but I will respond with a better, more clear answer.
Thank you. Will we see you on the 29th as well?
I am not sure.
Okay. The 2023 Schools Experience Survey showed declines among all key indicators, including belonging, building conditions, peer conflict, and safety compared to 2020, with only 31% of students reporting they enjoy being at school, 36% consistently feeling like they belong, and 45% feeling welcome. What specific actions has the district taken in response to these results? And how are the school-level survey results being used to drive change?
So in addition to those results, we also have a well-being survey that we have our students take a couple times a year to also see how students feel as it relates to overall well-being. We then have been working with schools on an individual level to make sense of that data and to think about school community, belongingness, you know, what supports and how schools are implementing those supports in the buildings. So we've been, our team members have been working with the individual schools to kind of make sense of it, and then support them in recommendations to improve.
Okay. I think I'll stop there just so we can move on. Thank you so much. I have more questions, but I'm going to save them for the 29th. Thank you so much for your answers, and we want to move on with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Banks, for your patience. If there aren't any more questions, Mr. Gurr, can you please call the next panel to testify on the bill?
Will Carla Brooks Hartsfield, Donna Cooper, David Laver, Julie Krug, and Latisse Spence please come up?
Well, I'll start with you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you please
can you
state
hear
your
me?
name? Yep.
Yes.
Can you please
Good
state your
morning.
name and proceed with your testimony?
My name is David Laver, and I'm principal at Bayard Taylor Elementary School within the School District of Philadelphia. So good morning, members of City Council. I've been a school administrator for the past 22 years, including 4 years as an assistant principal at Frankfurt High School, and now 11 years at Bayard Taylor School. When I chose to originally become an educator, it was my passion to create school environments where students feel safe, loved, and ready to grow into their best selves. Taylor is a pre-K to 5th grade school with approximately 440 students. We're located at 6th and Erie in the Hunting Park section of North Philadelphia. And as I'm sure you're aware, it's a part of the city that's had its share of challenges, crime and poverty and others. While many of our students have challenges that they face at home in the community, Taylor has become a joyful, safe haven for them. And one of our core values at Taylor, we have 5 core values, and one of those is joy. So what is it that makes Taylor such a special and joyful place that prompted the good people of Lift Every Voice to invite me here today to share with you? For starters, all of the adults at Taylor believe that all children deserve a fun, safe, and enriching school experience from the earliest age. In order to make this happen, we have made a lot of intentional decisions about what the school day, week, and year will feel like for our students. While some have said that joy feels like one of those kind of esoteric values, it's really serious, the work of joy. And if we're really going to have school environments, we need to be very intentional at the school level as well as at the district level, of course. So I'd like to start by sharing a bit about what a typical school day for our children at Taylor is like, and then highlight some of the things that happen throughout the course of the school year. At Taylor, our official school day runs from 9 to 3:39. While many schools in the district open their doors right before the opening bell, we open 30 minutes early for every student to have breakfast and a morning recess. Every morning, we have many students waiting at the gate right at 8:30, excited to play and to see their friends. And I can tell you, without exaggeration, this is the favorite part of my day, those first 30 minutes. At 9 o'clock, when teachers pick up their students, all classes engage in a morning community building circle. This is a crucial component of our restorative practices, also known as Relationships First. The morning circle is a vital component of our Tier 1 efforts to create school community and a sense of belonging for all. The morning circle is often led by student circle leaders and includes time for students to share how they are feeling, what's important to them that day, perhaps answer a specific question, and then play a short game. While some would think these 20 or so minutes should be used in another manner, we feel it's a most important component of our focus on creating classroom communities and learning spaces where students develop a sense of belonging and feel safe enough to take chances with their learning. As Dr. Banks mentioned a few moments ago, the principals in the district have choices that we make in terms of our approaches to SEL. And that's one area that I would hope and wish that as we move forward, since we know better, we will do better. And with the Chief of Joy, we can make sure that there are certain practices that are consistent through all 215 schools. And I'm just digressing for a moment from my prepared remarks, but I want to give you this example. Under the Dr. Height leadership and now with Dr. Watlington, we decided to tackle early childhood literacy, right? And so we built a Read by Fourth campaign, and we made sure that every school in the district, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, is systemically teaching phonics, phonemic awareness, those foundational skills that all kids need to learn to read, right? So in the last 15 years as an administrator in the school district, I've had countless walkthroughs of my bosses coming through. And they're looking at, my first and second grade, my kindergarten, are they teaching phonics and phonemic awareness? Is the third grade teacher jumping into multiplication on the math side of things? If those folks that came through, if they saw that we weren't doing those things, we certainly would hear about it, and then the guidance and the support would come to make sure we are doing those things. But in my 15 years as administrator in the district, I've never had one walkthrough where folks were looking at climate and culture. And so when we talk about what's in our code of conduct or what our policies are, and those are well and good, and I'm sorry, Council Member Thomas wasn't able to be here because I know as a former teacher, he understands the inner workings of a school and how a principal really dictates a lot of how that school building goes and the experience for the children in that building. And currently at the district level, principals can choose. We can do PBIS, we can do SEL, we can do community building, we can do relationships first, or maybe we're not really doing much of all of that. So one of my hopes is that a Chief of Joy would help to be able to make sure that these things are happening in all 215 schools. So to continue, students obviously continue their school day engaged in academic subjects as well as a variety of enrichment activities. These include at Taylor at least 2 periods a week of physical education, classroom and instrumental music lessons, computer classes where students learn coding skills and are manipulating robots, an elective period where students get to choose what they would like to participate in, which has included lacrosse, basketball, baseball, music, technology, the arts, chess, Scrabble, and other activities. Giving students choice in what they want to learn and be engaged in, even at a young age, goes a long way to building students' sense of ownership of their own learning. Students also have 2 other recesses during the day. Through a long-term partnership with Playworks, who should be involved with every elementary school in the district, in my opinion, students have learned a variety of games and activities along with problem-solving skills for when conflicts arise. Rock, paper, scissors is a common occurrence on the playground. Since the pandemic, it's become common knowledge that many of our young people struggle with playing and getting along with their peers. By having 3 recesses a day, Taylor students have grown their ability to play with each other, and as the weeks and months go by, we have less and less conflicts on the playground and more students enjoying their time playing with friends. We also have a wide variety of after-school clubs that are both led by teachers and support staff, as well as a long-standing partnership with the Boys and Girls Club, who provide before and after-school care and activities for the families that need that. In addition to ensuring that students experience fun and joy at school each day, we're also very intentional about holding school-wide community-building events that bring joy and spirit to the school. Now, these are not events where children need to earn their way in, as many of the PBIS kind of events happen, and in those schools, oftentimes, those kids who are coming to school every day, doing well already, are the ones participating in those events. At Taylor, we have school-wide events that if you're in school that day, you're participating, you're here. So these have included a Meet Your Teacher Water Ice Social before the first day of school, Hispanic Heritage Month celebrations, a fall festival featuring a costume parade, crafts, and a juggler on stilts this year. We also celebrate 3 Kings Day, hold Black History Month assemblies and performances. We celebrate Pie Day in March with both pies to eat and pies to throw at staff, including myself. We celebrate autism awareness activities. We've had performances by the Walnut Street Theater, a student talent show, and our end-of-year fun day. In addition, we make field trips for all students a priority, as Philadelphia has so much to offer our children. Each grade takes at least 2 field trips per year, and that's from my direction, so that's not left up to discussion, yet most grades take more than 2 field trips a year. These have included the Franklin Institute, the Philadelphia Zoo, the Barns, the Philadelphia Museum of Art, Lincoln Financial Field, where we got to go into the Eagles locker room with our 4th graders. This year, our 5th graders have been on more than 10 field trips already, which have included participating in the History Hunters program, where students visit historic mansions throughout the city. And to the best of my knowledge, to answer a previous question, I do not think the district has a database or any kind of grasp of which schools go on field trips and which schools do not. These are all very school-led and not really a district initiative. So these are just some of the things that the Taylor team does to make our school a place where students want to be and where they can feel safe and comfortable enough to grow into their best selves. With the right support, guidance, and oversight, I believe all of our schools can be joyful and safe spaces where all children and adults thrive, and I would look forward to continuing this conversation with you.
We're going to go through the complete panel, and then we'll start with questions, but thank you so much.
My name is Julie Krug. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. My name is Julie Krug. I live in the 2nd Council District, and I'm the parent of 2 children, one at Greenfield Elementary and one at Kappa. I'm here today as a member of Lift Every Voice, a Black-led parent membership organization united across race, class, and neighborhood to demand urgent action in our schools. We represent 18 schools across the city, and we are resolute in our commitment to systems change led by parents. I've lived in Philly for most of my adult life. I first got involved in advocacy through the Fight for Fair state funding. I'd go to Harrisburg sometimes. But what I've seen in our city schools goes beyond budget gaps. I've seen a pattern of policies that prioritize control over care. Policies that ignore what we know about child development. I'm speaking about punitive discipline, recess being used as a punishment, lunch and recess pushed to the end of the day, and rules that don't even allow snack breaks, even when lunch is scheduled as late as 1 p.m., as it is for my 8th grader. My son loves recess. It helps him focus. But he's often hungry by noon, and earlier this year, he got in trouble for eating during class. When I asked about snack breaks, his teacher told me, their bodies will adjust. That's simply not acceptable. And my school is also a PBIS school. He's been given yellow cards for talking in class, warnings that lead to losing privileges, including recess. The times he struggles the most, right before lunch and recess, after sitting for hours. One day, his teacher threatened to cancel recess for the entire class because somebody sprayed perfume. That's collective punishment. It only changed because parents spoke up. And it's not just about recess. In many schools, kids are denied the basic right to use the bathroom. If I refused to let my child use the bathroom at home, I would be reported to Child Protective Services. Yep. So this is abusive. Some LEV members have sent their daughters to school in Depends out of fear that menstrual products would fail before bathroom breaks. Yeah, just sit with that for a second. Others have had to leave work to pick up their children after bathroom accidents that should never have happened in the first place. Imagine being told to ignore your hunger, sit still for hours, and hold your bladder, and then being punished when your body says otherwise. This is what we're asking children to do every day, all throughout the district. These are not isolated incidents. They are systemic. They're part of what over 600 parents have named the Dirty Dozen. 12 widespread harmful practices that we can and must end. We need district-wide standards rooted in child development. Kids need to move. They need play. They need dignity. And yet, in a district serving over 117,000 students, there is still no guaranteed recess policy. In some schools, recess is rare or non-existent. In others, it's consistently too short. Denying bathroom access and playtime causes physical harm, emotional stress, and humiliation. No child should experience that in school. That's why Lift Every Voice Philly has submitted national best practice recommendations calling on the district to add recess with clear, enforceable standards to the wellness policy. While that policy moved through internal review, we need City Council's support to make recess a guaranteed right, not just a procedure. LEV has been meeting with Dr. Jamie Banks and Logan Peterson. They've listened and committed to including recess in the policy, but we still don't know if our recommendations will be fully adopted. We're not asking for anything radical. We're asking for what every child deserves: time to move, time to eat, time to breathe, and the dignity to use the bathroom when they need it. We are recommending a minimum of 30 minutes of daily recess with 60 minutes as the goal, trained staff and supervision, recess held separately from lunch and never used as a punishment, and prioritizing physical activity over screen time. Also, inclusion for older students and those with disabilities. We're also urging bathroom access at all times, with 2 dedicated breaks per day and additional access as needed, not combined with lunch. Clear posted school bathroom policies, and a safe, clean, and fully stocked facilities with hygiene supplies. These are basic needs. Our kids deserve better. This moment calls for leadership that listens to parents, respects children, and acts with urgency. Let's give our kids the dignity, care, and joy they should be able to count on at school every day. City Council has a critical role to play with the district when the district appears before you on April 29th and during public comment on April 30th. We're asking you to use your power to hold the district accountable. End the dirty dozen. Harmful practices like silent lunches, collective punishment, public shaming, rob our kids of joy and dignity. These are preventable patterns. Demand the district end them now. Up to this point, it has sounded like magical thinking coming from the district about joy. But there's no accountability. We need to appoint a leader. We need to call for a chief of joy. We need to appoint a leader to audit school culture, end harmful practices, and make joy a measurable goal. Expand what's working. Fully staff STEP teams in every school, starting with those in the greatest need. We need leadership that sees our children's potential, not just their problems. Stand with us. Help us turn the page toward healing, accountability, and joy. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Latisse Spence, and I live in the 8th Council District, and I have a daughter who currently attends Houston Elementary. My son will be joining her next year. I want to address first Congress Member Lando's question regarding the response for a Chief of Joy role. Not only were we told no, we were told that there were existing avenues that could be leveraged. This is unacceptable because this reflects the message that Thomas conveyed at the top about a lack of accountability. Today I am speaking as a member of Lift Every Voice Philly, a Black-led parent membership organization. We are united across race, class, and neighborhoods to demand urgent action in all of our schools. We see it as a duty of our parents, voters, and community leaders to push for systems to change by leading together. Currently, we have members representing 18 schools across the city. Standing behind me are our members and supporters who are resolute in our commitment to fundamentally change our schools. Now, unlike many of the LEV members who have been before you, I did not grow up in Philadelphia. I attended public school in New Jersey. While there were many different challenges, fully funded public schools that provided access to the arts, a solid curriculum, and engagement with families was not among them. With conscious decision to raise a family in Philadelphia, my husband and I committed to each other that we would send our children to public schools because we believe in a diverse, safe school system that works for all kids. Unfortunately, over the last 3 years, I have witnessed the adultification of our children, specifically Black children. This is seen in moments where my daughter's lunch bag strap accidentally hits another child, and the lunch aid's threat was that she would no longer be able to sit next to her friends during lunch. I say threat because although my daughter came home incredibly upset, as any child would be, the next day she was able to sit with her friends, but she carried it with her home and through the night. Once my daughter and her friend had a disagreement, and rather than asking the girls what happened, I received a call from the teacher criticizing my child's misbehavior with no understanding or context of what happened. As the parent, I was not there, and it felt demoralizing to have to request that the teacher ask the girls how they are feeling and what happened. Another time, I received a message from a teacher that my daughter was dancing during her special. The punishment, exclusion from the entire special, left to feel shame and isolation, while other kids were able to participate. When I reached out to learn more about the incident and scheduled time, I was ignored. What my daughter experienced is not uncommon, and it is a harsh environment to have second graders try to exist and learn and grow. These moments reflect a consistent practice that can have a devastating impact. These incidents highlight how staff and teachers are often so quick to shame and execute the punishment that they forget to ask, does isolating a child from an accident make sense? Did I ask the girls who are attached at the hip every other day what happened, what's going on? Did I think about how our kids who are expected to sit for most of the day look forward to their specials, for times to play, to be silly, move their bodies? So much of this is rooted in the lack of resources and support we give to students and to our schools' teams. As adults, we are so entrenched in our own worlds that we forget to ask people how they are doing. Our kids deserve better. They deserve to have the best version of us. As a parent, when these moments happen, I reflect on whether we made the right choice. Has my commitment to working towards a better school for all, been costly? In a world that looks a lot different than when we were kids, we must be intentional about actively creating joyful moments for our children. City Council has a critical role to play in supporting our schools when the district comes before you on April 29th and April 30th. We're asking you to be intentional and hold the district accountable. And the Dirty Dozen. The district must put an immediate stop to the harmful practices we call the Dirty Dozen. These practices strip joy, dignity, and opportunity from our children. Get the district on the record, demand they end the Dirty Dozen now. These aren't isolated stories, these are patterns, these are policies, these are preventable. Call for a Chief of Joy. Appoint a Chief of Joy to lead a district-wide joy audit. Someone focused on ending harmful practices, supporting student wellness, and making joy a real priority in every school. In a district with $3 billion budget, investing in a senior level role to transform school culture will pay for itself many times over. Expand what's working. Bring DBH, CBH, and the districts together to expand STEP teams, school-based mental health teams that include social workers, behavioral health staff, and family support. Start with the schools that need it most. We need leadership that sees our kids' potential, not just their problems. Stand with us, help us move toward healing, accountability, and joy. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hello, everyone. My name is Carla Brooks Hartsfield, and I've dedicated at least 16 years to serving our students, starting as a paraprofessional, then a teacher, and now as a program coordinator. Looking back at my own school experience, I realized I never had that one teacher that truly saw me, that truly ignited my passion. I was just another name on a roster. That changed during my senior year at George Jenkins High School in Lakeland, Florida, when my counselor looked at me and told me I wasn't college material. Those words, though painful, sparked a fire in me. I returned to Philadelphia and I earned my master's degree and vowed to make sure that every student felt seen, heard, and experienced joy. My first year teaching at Edward T. Seal School in Nicetown was a reality check. Despite growing up in the same community, I witnessed the stark differences between my life and my students' lives. I saw the challenges they face: foster care, unstable housing, food insecurity, and the impact of addiction. I asked myself, how do I bring joy into this environment? Joy became my focus. I knew creating a positive environment was crucial, so we transformed our classroom into a safe space, a family. We had morning meetings where students shared their stories, their feelings, and jokes. We learned to celebrate our community, even its struggles. I modeled pride by participating in community cleanups, sharing voting information, and just highlighting local heroes like Ms. Bagby, who always picks up the trash and says kind words in our streets, or Mr. Cowboy and the men who cleans up our local playground, Stanton Park. I wanted my students to see that even in the face of adversity, there is beauty and strength in our neighborhood. After Steele, I moved to Crossroads Academy at Huntington Park, my first experience with alternative education. These students came from diverse backgrounds, each carrying their own trauma. Building rapport was essential. I learned to be strategic, to understand their experience, and to create a space where they felt valued. We focused on positive engagement. We focused on positive engagement with families, creating joyful experiences they hadn't had before. We hosted events like Winterfest, Spring Fling, and we connected them with resources like food banks, housing assistance, and agencies like K-Kids, which is a student assistance program, by the way. Our Spring Showcase on May 7th is going to celebrate our students' achievements in the arts. we have dance, we have Claymobile, and we have improv acting. Offering these opportunities are many that my students have never experienced before. These events changes the school's reputation and transforming it into a place where families felt seen and heard. At Plan and Crossroads, we continue to build a community where teachers, students, and families genuinely want to be. We prioritize open communication, sending positive notes home, and celebrating every student's success. We are creating a legacy of joy, proving that even in immense challenges, hope and happiness can thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the testimonies. I have a few questions, and then I'm going to pass it on to Councilmember Landau. I'm going to start with Principal Laver. Did I say your name right? Okay, I had to write all this down. Water Ice Social, love it. 3 recesses, love it. Morning circles as a restorative practitioner, love it. 2 mandatory field trips. Who is your Chief Joy Officer?
I am. Right. So, as in many school districts, I would assume, and especially in a school district as large as ours with 215 schools, that means there's 215 principals. And so much is left to the devices of each and every individual principal. Well, I come from a background of mental and behavioral health. I come from a background of creating joy and environments where children can thrive, where I was lucky enough to experience a little bit of that when I was younger. So your answer is the principal is the chief of joy, for better or for worse.
So now is my written remark questions. You testified about utilizing restorative justice principles and starting your school day. And since you've began starting your day with your circles, what kind of changes in students' behavior have you seen? And how do you envision a Chief Joy Officer being part of or supporting that work citywide?
Okay, so in terms of Taylor, I've been with Taylor now for 11 years, and just to give a little background, when I first came to Taylor, I was hired. They were 6 months into a partnership with CHOP and Devereaux, the behavioral health organization, for a 5-year PBIS grant. And I knew a little bit about that from my background and whatnot, and so we came in, and at that time, Taylor, we had our struggles. We were a school that, definitely had more suspensions than we should have, definitely had more issues, conflicts in between the students than we should have. And so we started off as a PBIS school, and there's some great things about that, some school-wide norms, right, that we be responsible, be respectful, be safe. We taught students, what does that look like to be respectful and be safe in the classroom, in the hallway, in the bathroom. But as time had gone by, our students were just getting, for a lot of reasons, not so much about just that, but for a lot of reasons, our overall school climate was just getting better and better. And what we realized was 80 or 90% of our students didn't need all of that tier 1 PBIS with tickets and incentives and all that kind of stuff, because 80 or 90% of them were coming to school and they were coming to a classroom where their teacher loved them, where there was structured, it was safe, it was enriching, and so we didn't need all that. So we phased all that stuff out, the tickets and the prizes. We held on a few of those core principles about school-wide norms and explicit instruction on that. Around that same time, there was a few years gap there where the district started to implement relationships first. I come from a background that just is very much in sync with restorative practices, so we were one of the first schools to jump on board with the folks that were running that office at the time for Relationships First. And we started with all of our Tier 1 work. What are we doing with all of our students? Well, every classroom has to have a morning meeting. That's just like I was talking about with phonics or phonemic awareness. The district or myself, we couldn't have a teacher just say, you know what, I don't think my kids need phonics. No, you're a first grade teacher, of course your kids need phonics. And by the same token, we shouldn't have principals or teachers that could say, you know what, my kids don't need to circle up in the morning. In my opinion, if you are a school that is made up of a community of human beings, we got to develop relationships, and that's all of our schools, right? And so this notion that some school communities are different than others, yeah, we might look a little bit different, we might celebrate some different holidays, but we're all human beings, and in the core of, we're social creatures as human beings, and all the research is there that the academic achievement is going to come when students feel safe and loved and a part of a caring community. So we embraced restorative practices and Relationships First, and since then, we've had folks coming to visit Taylor. We had folks from Camden. We've had folks from other parts of the city coming to visit Taylor to see what we do. Because when you walk through the classrooms and the hallways at Taylor, kids aren't running around. They're in class. They're learning. They're at recess. They're going on trips. They're having fun. Do we have our interpersonal conflict? Of course we do. We're 500 human beings that coming into a building every day. But we handle those interpersonal conflicts in ways that are respectful and kind, yet firm. We have consequences at Taylor, because that's part of life. But we've seen dramatic increases in just overall school climate and decreases in suspensions and all of those kinds of negative metrics. Increase in attendance as well.
Thank you so much. So what additional mental health support would schools need to accomplish this mission? And anyone can answer this. Like, what do you think would be made up into this mission of a chief of joy? And I'm even by school or district-wide, I agree it should be a district-wide move, but you've seemed to create it there at Taylor. I wonder for like other schools and other parents, what do you think are the components to make up Chief of Joy?
Wait, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
So what components would make up a Chief of Joy in your mind, in your vision?
I actually would love a Chief of Joy to talk to Principal Laver. Really, like when we met with him, I was thinking about the standards that he holds for his school, and just that was a really good model. But accountability, just really caring about auditing what is happening in each school, and having a record of what's happening and figuring out where there are problems and where there are good solutions. But we have to have someone in that position in order to do that.
I would just add that I think we've gotten to a place where we're pretty prescriptive or methodical about how we view the education system. And I think it's really important to bring in someone that is inspiring, that brings life and joy back to teachers and staff and kids. And I think that level of expertise is really important. And I think we need to get out of this idea that test scores are top priority, when we all know, the studies show that happy kids perform better, they want to be there at school. And I just think it's really important that we take, and this role that I know this school district will commit to, be one that takes a step back and really looks at how we're creating a great environment for our kids.
Thank you.
And if I could add, just as I was thinking about Chief of Joy and looking at some of the questions that either came from yourselves or from Lift Every Voice around a Chief of Joy, what I wrote was, a Chief of Joy is needed to ensure every school puts joy at the forefront of their work. There's currently very little or no oversight for principals and leadership teams in the areas of climate and culture. While I truly believe most of my principal, if not all of my principal colleagues, want their students to experience joy on a regular basis, they're often overwhelmed with the many responsibilities on their plate, and climate and culture often take a back seat to instructional initiatives. In terms of supporting a Chief of Joy, I would 100% support that with the following caveats. Caveat number one is that this position would have real authority to implement change and is backed by central office leadership. That district leadership, including associate superintendents and assistant superintendents, visit schools for climate and culture walkthroughs in addition to the instructional walkthroughs already occurring. And finally, that the Chief of Joy should be a Philadelphia principal with a proven track record of bringing joy to their school community.
We're going to have questions from Councilmember Landau, and then we're going to go for like a 10-minute break because our stenographer needs a break.
Thank all four of you for your testimony. This has been extremely important, and every time I had a question, you answered it. My last question was going to be, what do we need to move other principals along to be like you, Principal Laver? So I appreciate that you think that putting the right supports in place and putting the right tenor and tone out there, especially with the Chief of Joy as the leader, would be the step in the right direction to get everybody to be more like you. Thank you for the on-the-ground testimony. Also from the parents, it is essential that we are hearing what's happening in the school directly from you. And I had one thing to say to parent Lettie Spence. There's a very simple term that I don't know if Dr. Banks is still here. I hope you can bring back to the school district, and if not, I know Laura will. Curious, not furious. Ask questions first before you come up with whatever your response is going to be. The kids should have been asked what was going on before there was any action. Curious, not furious. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll return at 1:35, a quick recess break. Bathroom break for our stenographer. Thank you. As you guys get settled, Mr. Gurr, can you please call the next panel to testify on the bill?
Will Naima Hargrove, Jernacia Sowell, and Iman Bird please come up?
Thank you so much for being here. Can the first person state your name for the record and continue with your testimony?
Okay. Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Naima Hargrove. I am a junior at Academy at Palumbo and also an intern at We Reign. We Reign is a nonprofit organization that focuses on helping Black girls advocate for themselves and others, and I am here to support the Joy campaign. I have collaborated with We Reign on a town hall that was hosted in West Philadelphia, which allowed Black girls to come together from different parts of the community so we could discuss and learn and listen to the important issues that Black girls are having. Listening Listening and talking to different Black girls really helped me understand the impact of mental health issues in Philadelphia, like depression. I am an athlete and I have not experienced mental health issues, but I watched my teammates struggle with depression after the loss of a loved one. I do not think they wanted to talk to anybody in the school because it seemed like when you tell one person, adult, or counselor about your problems, it get around. So I can see why students will not trust their feelings with an adult in school. This connects to my issue of Black girls wanting to feel safe and have access to mental health and support in school. The Joy campaign is focused on quality mental health in schools. In my school, we have one Black female counselor. I think having more Black counselors would create a safer environment. First, because this may have some may have the same experience, which could lead to more trust and better relationships with students. We need more time for learning about mental health in school. Sometimes it seems that Black girls are getting into fights, but if we had the time, we could talk and learn about feelings. This could help Black girls come together and build relationships with each other. We need small groups that focus on teaching about mental health during or after school hours. We need funding for school programs that's focused more on more than reading and math. This is why I'm here. I represent myself and other Black girls rereign and the Joy campaign.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Jernasia Sowell. I am a 17-year-old Black girl, a high school junior at Sarah High School, a future voter, and an intern at Rereign since 2021, an organization dedicated to empowering Black girls to advocate for themselves and their communities. Today, I want to talk about an issue I've been working on that affects Black girls like me every day: education. Black women are unrepresented in schools, which limits the role models Black girls have and makes leadership positions fall out of reach. On top of that, many Black girls attend underfunded schools that lack resources and impose harsh, biased discipline policies. These issues shape the way Black girls experience education and their future opportunities. So I'm here today to support the Joy campaign. As a Black girl attending a school in a low-income neighborhood, I've seen firsthand how these issues play out. I've only had one Black teacher, Miss Neal, whose presence in my life made a huge difference. She shared her experiences as a Black woman, helping me realize the challenges we face and making me feel safe enough to open up about my own struggles. But not many Black girls get that experience. Instead, I've seen us face biased teachers and counselors who decide which students deserve opportunities, leaving many of us without access to advanced classes, extracurriculars, or even basic creative outlets like art and music. I personally only had one art class throughout my time in school, even though it was my favorite. On top of that, Black girls are disproportionately disciplined. I've seen many Black girls in my school suspended, expelled, or even arrested, while teachers justify it by claiming we are quote-unquote worse than the boys fighting. These harmful biases push Black girls out instead of giving them the support they need to succeed. These issues connect directly to the Joy's campaign goals, which is ensuring all students experience joyful learning, fair discipline, mental well-being, and opportunities to succeed. Through my work at Rereign, I advocate for these changes by pushing for more qualified and properly trained Black teachers and counselors, increased access to extracurriculars and advanced classes, and the reduction of harsh and biased discipline policies. Schools need to hire and retain more Black educators who can guide and uplift Black girls. They need to provide more opportunities like the arts and field trips that make learning engaging. And most importantly, they need to replace harsh punishments with supportive interventions that help Black girls stay in school and thrive. By addressing these issues, we can build a school system that empowers Black girls rather than holds them back. Thank you for listening.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Iman Bird. I am a 16-year-old junior at S.L.A. Bieber and an intern at Rereign, a nonprofit empowering girls through advocacy and activism. I'm here to support the Joy campaign. I believe schools should be places where Black girls feel inspired, supported, and seen. But too often, our schools don't reflect our needs, our culture, or our potential. When we walk into our schools, we should feel proud, not discouraged by broken facilities and underfunded programs. It hasn't always been this way. My grandfather had access to all kinds of sports and well-maintained facilities. My mom's school had a full-size swimming pool and home economics. Students had space to explore their interests and learn practical skills. Even in recent years, I've done programs where students led their own newsrooms, created video games, produced films, and learned broadcast journalism. These programs made learning feel alive. But now many of those opportunities are gone, and we're left fundraising just to have basic needs met like decent sports uniforms or working equipment. We've lost not only resources, but creativity. Where are the spaces for Black cultural expression? Things like double dutch, step teams, majorette dance, and gymnastics should be celebrated and supported, not treated like extras. These activities build community, confidence, and joy. And while we're losing these outlets, we're also losing access to hands-on career-building skills. Woodshop, home economics, and vocational programs have been stripped from so many schools. According to the National Center for Education Statistics, career and technical education enrollment dropped 13% between 2008 and 2018. That's not because students aren't interested, it's because those options aren't being funded. First, invest in our schools, not just to repair buildings, but to restore opportunity. Every student deserves a learning space that's clean, safe, and full of possibility. Second, fund culturally relevant, student-centered programs from dance and double dutch to video production, journalism, and tech. These are not luxuries, they are essential. Third, bring back hands-on learning, woodshop, fashion design, culinary arts, and other trades, so students can dream big in many directions, not just one. Black girls deserve schools that reflect our brilliance and support our growth. When we are seen, heard, and invested in, we don't just survive, we lead. And when Black girls rise, everyone rises with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and just hearing you speak as a girl mom and a girl grandma. I was thinking about, so often everyone want to talk about Black girl magic, and to get to the magic, you need the joy. And we need to make sure that we're investing in that joy, because joy leads to opportunity for us to get the magic happens because people didn't expect you to. Why can't we be magical and have joy and opportunity? So I want to thank you for your testimony, and I want you to talk about the unique mental health challenges that comes or Black girls experience uniquely in schools today. And what would a fully funded school district program focused on joy, how would that impact Black girls in particular? Y'all got it, y'all know.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
So what would a fully funded program specializing in bringing joy with the mental health supports look like for Black girls? Like, what is your unique challenges, and what would need to be in place for those things to be met? From your experience, even with friends, and I can see you guys are leaders, what do you know? I want to hear it from your perspective.
Personally, I believe we need more qualified and trained counselors that are culturally sensitive, for one, and when it, and when it like comes to discipline, like to have daily check-ins with like students, and like basically have like a group that focuses on supporting Black girls and other students too, but specifically having groups that focus on Black girls by having weekly check-ins, mentoring, and counselings that are culturally sensitive and are, Black girls, Black women or Black teachers, Black people themselves. Yeah, and even going back into that training of having culturally relevant lesson plans that are, get into, because teachers have to submit lesson plans and their unit plans, and making sure that those lesson plans and unit plans are culturally relevant to their students. So not even just Black girls, but all of us, and making sure that the teachers are appropriately
showing what they know and showing the lesson through the needs of the students and what their classroom looks like. And in our environments, we need, like I said, funded, of course. So a lot of our sports programs, a lot of our extracurriculars, they're lowly funded. We can start our own clubs, but it's from the students. We don't have much money that we can give. We don't have much that we can do. We just say, oh, we want to start a club for dance, and boom, we have a room, but we don't have events that we can go to. We don't have leotards. We don't have certain things. And so where are those things coming from, and how can we get them? A lot of our sports programs aren't funded. For my track team, we have to go start funding ourselves, beg on the street, not beg, but we have to go out of our way to get this money for basic uniforms, for warm-ups, for hurdles, which is things that should be provided from our school, from our home and school, from money that we should already have for sports and extracurriculars.
You want to say something? Yeah. To basically add what Iman said on how like our school should like give us uniforms and stuff like track, it's different from like, if you look at it, it's different from like the public school and like charter schools and like stuff like that, because when you look at it as like the charter schools, like the black girls are giving like their uniforms, their warm-ups, all of that, and then it's like the public school black girls, they have to like do fundraisers. It's like, it was this one fundraiser that we did for basketball, and it was like we had to push and get a goal for us to have new uniforms, new warm-ups, and I feel like that stuff's not given to us, but like it should have been provided, because we're like all coming together and doing the sport for the school.
Was about how does the inability to go to the bathroom when you want to impact you and your mental health?
I'll start. I feel like it impacts us and our mental health is like, it could become, number one, holding your bladder all day does not feel good. And then it also could be like become effective, like when you're trying to focus in school and like on a lesson and stuff. So it's like you could get distracted of not like having a feeling to use the bathroom and not really paying attention in a classroom, and that could affect you in the long run, because I know like some people be teaching, like some teachers be teaching, and then like the next day or like the next couple of days we will have a quiz, and like we will not know what was, not know what wasn't on the quiz, but like not really focus on it because we was focused on having to use the bathroom and not being allowed to use it.
Yeah, I was going to expand on like on the impact it has on black girls, as it can get rid of like your dignity. Like it leaves like this inhumane feeling of them like restricting bathrooms, saying like basically not giving you your right to just use the bathroom as anybody else would outside of school.
Yeah, in my school, I have a history class right after lunch, and I love history so much, but particularly after lunch, I'm tired. I have to use the restroom, because our lunches are, on certain days, our lunches are very short. So I don't have much that I can do during lunch to get everything that I needed done before the next 4 classes. So he would say, you don't know how your body works by now, like when you have to use the bathroom. Like, yes, I do, but I don't have many opportunities to use the bathroom. At my school, we have like the first 15 minutes you can't go, and the last 15 minutes you can't go. So you have that in-between time. But in that in-between time, I'm trying to learn, I'm trying to express my thoughts, I'm trying to take down notes and do all these other important things. So it restricts my access from, okay, learning and being in class, being present, and then, okay, even if I'm on my menstrual at the time, making sure I do certain things, it holds me back and like Jornasia said, makes you feel dehumanized or less than at certain times.
You have something else you want to share?
I just lost my train of thought. About the bathrooms.
Well, while you think of that, I just want to say one thing I heard in all of your testimonies, and this is more of a words of wisdom. You have the ability to only advocate for yourself. You don't have to be apologetic about saying, I think black girls deserve this. Yes. You are a young person, and your advocacy for you starts first. So I'm begging you, when you get in front of another panel, be unapologetic about advocating for you, yourselves, and your friends, without mentioning anyone else. Because if we don't fight for us, no one else is going to fight for us. Your thought came?
Yeah, I was going to add on to restrictive like bathroom time, like holding your bladder or even like leaking from like menstruation can like lead to health issues. So the fact that it can lead to health issues that can affect your mental health because now you have to deal with all these health issues and stuff that you shouldn't have to do it in the first place. And
Thank you so much.
Yes, I also want to expand it on what I said about more qualified and trained and culturally sensitive Black teachers and counselors. There needs to be also more of them in schools. Like in my school, there's only one counselor for about like 6 students. That's not enough for a lot of students that have a lot of issues and stuff. There's also, those counselors also aren't knowledged on like other resources for those students to go to if there's not enough counselors in the school for students to go to. Not only that, in the U.S., like only 7% of like teachers and counselors like are Black, meaning, and a smaller percentage of that is Black women. So we don't have a lot of Black representation in those roles that can relate more to us.
Thank you so much. Any of my colleagues have any questions?
Just real quick, first of all, thank you so much. I did read your testimony. I'm sorry I had to be out for longer than expected. Just 2 things I want to say. One, I've heard that not only do people hold their bladders for not going to the bathroom, but they dehydrate themselves in order to make sure they don't have to go. And that causes other physical issues as well. So we certainly don't want to let that happen either. I apologize for all adults in Philadelphia that we're even having this conversation about when and where and when you should go to the bathroom. This is silly little stuff. This is basic bodily functions. We need you guys to have all of the resources you need to support you in school to make sure that you are thriving in the best way possible. And also want to just tell you that there are a lot of white people also who will support absolutely your requests and your demand and what is absolutely essential to have spaces for Black girls, to have spaces with adults who resemble you or exactly the same as you to make sure that you are getting the most out of your school district. So I'm 100% for it. Thank you.
First off, thank you for coming in here. I'm proud of you. And I want to echo the sentiments of my colleague. Never apologize for sticking up for yourself. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? You will learn in life that if you don't, ain't nobody else going to stick up for you. You need to do it, and you need to be organized like you guys are doing right now. That's how you get things done, by organizing. And I appreciate it. And that bathroom issue thing is personal for me. I have a grandchild who, as we would say, is a big boy. He's 14, but he dwarfs me in size. And because of that, he has issues that come with being a big kid. Restroom issues, stomach issues, things like that. And I experienced it firsthand. They actually were reprimanding him for having to go to the bathroom too much when it was actual a medical condition. And it also brings other stuff. Kids are cruel. You know, they tease, they pick on people, and something like that is just something added to bring more trauma. This all comes back to trauma. So I'm proud of you for sticking up for your rights, and don't ever apologize for that. I've asked everybody that's come up here and testified what they envisioned the Chief Joy officer being. I'd like to hear from you what you think this Chief Joy officer would be.
I personally imagine that person as someone who is comforting, someone who is not ashamed of sharing personal experiences, not ashamed of getting down and getting on the same level as someone else, understanding what it's like to be a child again, understanding what it's like to go through elementary, middle, and high school in that process, and not wanting to be an adult all the time, understanding that, you know, we're the same, and I'm not going to treat you like you're less than me just because you're a child, you know? So someone who is able to really get in touch with the students and understand what's going on. Much of a counselor even at times, but on a different level of overseeing what all the students have to go through in the process of what the school building looks like and the classes look like, and then how can we incorporate certain policies into the classrooms and talk to the teachers specifically about how they run their classrooms and what they see in their classrooms and what they can do to incorporate joy into the policies and the teachings and how they run the school.
I agree with Iman. Also, like having an adult there that would listen instead of like jumping to conclusions and basically putting a thought in their head that they thought was right instead of like taking into consideration what was the actual like problem and finding solutions to it. And also, like Iman said, like you were once an adult, like once a kid. So it's like if you were once a kid, you could kind of relate to like us having like doing kid activities and us being a kid and not us automatically jumping from a kid to adult, like moving too fast.
Yes, I agree with both, as I believe a chief is supposed to be someone who's motivating, encouraging, like understanding and calm with students. And being a chief means like having a team or having resources and stuff. So even like if they believe they cannot be as helpful as they imagine, they should always have like an idea of who they, like a student can go to.
That's very good. Yeah, that's, sometimes just having somebody to talk to is good, right? Even if they're not doing anything. They might not have said a word, but they listened. You felt heard. And you felt like somebody cared about you. That's what it's about. And, again, I'm glad that you're sitting here today. I'm glad you're fighting for yourselves. Keep that up. Life's rough. And, you know, we as adults have to learn that kids that are coming into school are bringing other things with them. School may be their only peace. You know what I'm saying? Some of us don't have that home life. And we get it in other places. And sometimes those places are not good. And sometimes those places are good. We need to make sure that those kind of things are happening in the places that are good. Yeah. So thank you.
In my point of view, I honestly think that the Chief of Joy should be a department in a sense where you have, you know, the head of the department and then multiple roles. So those roles can be people going into the classrooms and visualizing what's going on, seeing what's happening, people who talk to the principal, people who are like in a counselor role. So, you know, different types of overseers for each part. So yeah, that's why I think it should be more instead of just one person controlling a lot of things.
Yeah, I agree with Iman. Like back to what I said about like having a group of like staff who focus on like counseling and like mandatory like daily check-ins or weekly check-ins. That's why I think, you know, a Joy Chief should be like.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Does anyone else have any questions? All right.
Let's shake this board.
Oh, yes. There being no further questions, Mr. Gurr, can you please call the next panel?
Will Priyanka Reyes-Cara, Stephanie Schechner, Kimura, Susu McLeod, and Lizzie Rothwell please come up?
Donna had to leave. Priya's going to speak for Donna. Hey. Should we give it to John? Yeah. Okay, thank you guys for being here. Can you please state your name and proceed with your testimony?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Priyanka Reyes-Cora. I'm with Children First. I'm our K-12 Education Policy Director, and I'm here to give testimony from both me and Donna Cooper. She apologizes that she had to leave to speak at a press conference. So thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing that is finally shining a spotlight in our schools where our children are subjected to experiences that take away their joy. Children First is fully in support of the Joy campaign because we know that joyful school environments promote student learning, positive physical and mental health outcomes, and safer communities. As a former teacher at an under-resourced urban school, I know how common it is for classrooms to become stripped of their happiness. When schools are running on shoestring budgets and they're short-staffed, school administrators can prioritize order, structure, and a desire to just get through the day. And this comes at the expense of nurturing young minds with creativity, love, and age-appropriate fun. I've personally witnessed and had to enforce silent hallways, silent lunches, and police-like disciplinary practices that broke my heart and pushed me out of the classroom and into advocacy. These are inhumane practices that would never happen in the well-resourced school districts a few miles outside the city, and they run counter to our shared goals of welcoming schools and well-rounded students. One of the ways that we need to cultivate joy is by investing in our teacher workforce. So allow me to share some data on a few elements that are currently preventing Philadelphia schools from being characterized by joy. Some of this former testifiers have spoken on as well. First, we have high student-teacher ratios. The maximum number of students allowed in classrooms in Philadelphia is 30 students for grades K through 3 and 33 students for grades 4 and above. These are enormous class sizes that must be reduced, as the PFT representative testified earlier. In many sections of the city, overflowing classrooms are the reality. And when teachers are struggling to manage over 30 students, they will often rely on harsh classroom discipline, and they will struggle to build meaningful student-teacher relationships that could unlock deeper learning. Smaller classrooms are often more joyful because students have better relationships with each other and with their teachers. And so we need to support measures that will reduce the size of our elementary school classes, especially, to create more joyful learning environments. Doing so will result in happier teachers who want to teach in our schools for the long term, and happier students. Secondly, we have low teacher salaries relatively. Children First's recent report, A Decade of Stalled Progress, found wide gaps in teachers' starting pay between school districts, ranging from around $54,000 at the school district of Philadelphia to over $63,000 in nearby Wallingford, Swarthmore, and over $63,000 in Upper Dublin. And of course, those salary discrepancies only get larger the further up you go in the pay scales. The differences in salaries make it much more attractive for teachers to choose wealthier school districts when we need those teachers to stay here in Philadelphia. We also have shortages of teachers who are qualified to meet student needs. Philadelphia has a severe teacher shortage and needs more than 2,000 new teachers to meet all students' needs. The supply of teachers decreased 31% in the last 10 years, and currently 19% of teachers are on emergency permits, with another 16% teaching outside of the area that we're certified in, according to the PA Needs Teachers campaign. On the last panel, we heard some students talking about cultural relevance of teachers and Black representation, but we have high teacher attrition, especially for Black teachers. As these brilliant students testified, having a teacher who looks like you has positive impacts on student learning, and it reduces the use of exclusionary discipline. Not to mention, it can be an infusion of joy when students can relate to their teachers on this level. But Philadelphia is losing Black teachers at alarming rates. Between 2001 to 2021, the number of black teachers in Philadelphia schools decreased by almost 1,200 teachers, according to Research for Action. So the absence of joy in our understaffed and under-resourced schools is as plain as day in the Philadelphia School Experience Survey that last year 94,000 students, teachers, parents, and other key stakeholders completed. These school climate surveys offer a clear window showing us the depth of joy or sometimes joylessness. The components of the school climate that students and other stakeholders evaluate include belonging, building conditions, peer conflict, and school safety. In every indicator, our students told the district that things were worse in the last year, 2024, than they were in 2020, just before the pandemic. In fact, the situation might be the same in every school, but our students are experiencing things as worse and clearly less joyful. It's too hard to learn, and it's too hard to be prideful in yourself and your school when there aren't enough teachers to help you succeed. That's why this council wants to be able to take pride in a joyful school district, and there's no more urgent cause than ensuring the school district has the funds to reduce the size of our classes, especially in elementary school. And it's not just about traditional classroom teachers. Beyond having enough traditional teachers who want to be there with students in classes where they can connect and help learning thrive, the common thread of research on education reinforces the notion that schools that tap into a child's passion are schools where kids are passionate being in school. And that passion might be academics, and the potential of that passion rests with their capacity of their classroom teacher, or their passion might be arts and sports. So many educators that I know say it was art class that got them to school every week when they were a kid, or playing football got them to attend school regularly and graduate. Art teachers and coaches are essential players too in helping students stoke their passion and stay focused on academics enough so that they can do what they love. Tapping Passion's all about joy. For the kids whose passion is unleashed by the arts, our district is doing what it can with limited resources. Let me break that down with some numbers. There are 424 art teachers in the school district, some music, some visual arts, and there are 75 itinerant art teachers who rove among schools for music specialties. For the arts teachers working full-time in the schools, that's one art teacher for about every 400 students. That's not enough. Fortunately, the school board has made tracking progress to increase access to arts education as a priority in its guardrail number 2, creating enriching and well-rounded school experiences. The district's data tracking on that guardrail from 2022 indicates that 103 out of the 170 schools educating students in grades K through 8, or about 60% of those K through 8 schools, offer only art or music to students, not both. And that's not a recipe for joy. When it comes to athletics, one of the biggest motivators to keep our students close to their schools, we just don't have any data. A cursory review of the high school inventory published by the district shows that the sports options at most high schools are depressingly limited. Let me conclude with 2 big takeaways. First, the parents and students testifying today made it clear that policies that promote joy are needed. Happier students means happier faculty, and together they create a virtuous cycle of reinforcing the love of being in school. This council should do all it can to encourage the district to adopt these policies to the extent that they don't require substantial new investment. Second, most of the policies at Children First, and many of the parents today have outlined, require that the state and the city step to the plate and boost funding for the district. The district is more than $1.1 billion underfunded. That is not Children First estimate of what's needed. That is a conclusion of the school funding formula enacted with bipartisan support last year in the PA state legislature. We're thrilled to be a member of an effective statewide advocacy campaign that delivered nearly $300 million in new state funds to the Philadelphia School District last year, and we hope to do the same again this year. Those funds are one half of the ingredients needed for a school district full of joyful students, and the other half comes from this esteemed body. Based on the testimony presented today, we hope that this council will add additional funds for the Philadelphia School District to the budget and not take any action on taxation that now or in the future would restrain your ability to invest more in our students. Please consider two facts. Number one, the full elimination of the Business Income and Receipts Tax, or the BIRT, would take $726 million off the table, restraining your ability to meet the needs of our students in the future. Number two, before 1976, the share of millage transferred to the district was 60%. Today, it stands at 56%. If council returns the city contribution to the 1976 level, more than $80 million could be invested in our students annually. We urge you to keep the needs of our students and their joy as your North Star. They are key to a vibrant future of this city where poverty and crime is low and prosperity and joy are high. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Schechner. I'm a resident of the 5th Council District and a registered voter. I'm a retired college professor from Widener University, where I worked for the last 25 years. I now work at Yeah Philly, a nonprofit in West Philadelphia that works with young people aged 15 to 24 who have been affected by violence. Yeah works to create safe and authentic hangout spaces by providing culturally relevant engagement and implementing teen-led interventions to address the root causes of violence. Utilizing teen action, Yeah works to interrupt the cycle of youth community violence in West and Southwest Philadelphia neighborhoods through peer-led mediation and conflict resolution, community engagement, and economic opportunities. It was founded in 2019 by Kendra Vandewater and James A. At Yeah Philly, I am the school engagement specialist. In that role, I work with young people to make sure they are not only enrolled in school, but attending and progressing through the curriculum. I work with students in neighborhood schools, charter schools, cyber charter schools, credit recovery schools, adult night school, and GED prep programs. In addition, I oversee the Yeah Philly literacy program that we've launched in partnership with Linda Mood Bell. I'm here today to talk about the shortfalls in the existing school disciplinary system. Too often, this system serves as a fast track to the criminal justice system. I've seen this most recently in Kimura's case. Here, we had a student who had been an honor roll student. Within less than 1 month at a new school in which her IEP was not being implemented, she was suspended and arrested due to a single incident at her school. Due to the incompetence of school administrators, she was kept out of school for 3 months. We at Yeah Philly were able to enroll her in online school after 3 months of missed instruction. Despite this, Kimura now has perfect attendance and straight A's. Her case was dismissed from court. Discipline should be a learning experience for all students. It needs to be developed from a trauma-informed perspective and should seek learning, healing, and improvement rather than punishment. Teachers, administrators, and staff need to work with students to create a meaningful disciplinary system. Students should be involved in the drafting of the rules, the creation of policies and procedures, and should be actively involved in reviewing infractions. Students need to learn to weigh the consequences of their actions. If students are involved in the discipline process, they can begin to take responsibility for themselves and their peers. Too many of our young people are coming to school already traumatized by things happening at home, in the streets, and in the communities. If school just replicates these systems of harm, no wonder each year over 3,000 kids drop out or are pushed out of school. And I've seen kids drop off the radar while still in elementary and middle school. In my job at EF Philly, I've seen students turned over to the police for minor infractions with no effort on the part of school administrators to understand what has happened to the student. I've met with multiple young people who have been out of school for years at a time with no apparent follow-up from the district. In addition, the reentry process when young people return from detention or incarceration needs to be streamlined. We need to work together to reimagine school discipline in a manner that puts the student at the center and prioritizes learning and healing. I'm here today to testify in support of ending the highly punitive and anti-Black processes that we currently have in our schools. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kamora and I'm 16 years old. In November, I had only been in my new school for 3 weeks and I had just been taken off the IEP list, during which that time an unfortunate altercation had occurred between me and the school climate manager, which led to legal consequences. As a result, I was unable to attend school for 3 months. Waiting that long without knowing what would happen to me was hard and stressful. I was told that a disciplinary hearing would take place in January, but I didn't find out until about 2 weeks after the scheduled hearing. As a result, I moved to online school in March, but the transition wasn't easy. Looking back, I believe that there needs to be a more timely and supportive approach to discipline. The waiting period for a hearing was too long, and I didn't feel that my needs were taken into consideration. But I think school discipline needs to change as well. Right now, it feels like punishment is the only focus, not helping us improve. Also, some roles don't consider what we're going through outside of school: stress, family issues, mental health. When we mess up, we often get suspended or get given detention, but that doesn't solve anything. We miss school, fall behind, and feel more disconnected. Instead, school should help us learn from our mistakes. Instead of suspensions, maybe we should talk to a counselor or do something that teaches us why our actions were wrong. Better policy would offer support, not just punishment or consequences. Discipline should help us grow, not just punish us. We need understanding, not more punishment. Thank you.
Hi. I'm sorry that came out like that. I'm the energy bringer. There we go. There we go. I know it's hey. All right. Joy. My name is Susan McLeod. I live in the 4th Council District, and I'm a parent of a daughter who attends Berry Elementary. I'm here as a proud member of Lift Every Voice Philly, a Black-led parent organization united across the city to demand what every child deserves: safety, joy, and dignity in our schools. I am proud to be a part of this community, and I'm committed to fighting for change. Today, I'm speaking about what our school system is doing to Black girls. My daughter is smart, expressive, and full of life. She has a voice like Jasmine Sullivan's little sister. She used to check her own grades. She used to be excited to learn, but over the years, I've watched that light dim. Her school is overcrowded, understaffed, and stripped of everything that brings learning to life: music, karate, field trips, art. She's in a classroom with 30 students and 1 teacher. The work is repetitive and disengaging. She finishes early, gets bored, gets restless, and then she gets punished. She's been labeled, written up, and pushed aside, not because she's doing something wrong, but because the school is not set up to support who she is. What she needs is an engaging curriculum, not to be bullied, labeled, or ignored. And this is not just happening to her. We've heard of the same stories from parents all across the city. Black girls are being over-disciplined and under-supported. They're treated like they're grown when they're just trying to be kids. If you express yourself, you're called defiant. If you speak up, you're called disrespectful. If you move too much, you're labeled a problem. Our kids are struggling. They are used to schools where they are punished and yelled at. They've learned that going to an adult in the building usually means one thing: punishment, not support. It's dangerous. When schools don't step in early when harm and bullying gets unresolved, those issues don't stay small, they grow. The pressure lands on our families, the tension spills into our communities, and we live with the constant fear that something or someone will be hurt or worse. This is not a one-school problem. This is a district-wide problem, but that, as always, means it's one we can solve.
Lift Every Voice Philly has spoken with over 600 parents. We've identified what we now call the Dirty Dozen. Ew. 12 of the most harmful and preventable practices in our school, and we offered real research solutions to replace them. One of those solutions is a Chief of Joy. Woo! A Chief of Joy will lead a joy audit across the district, listening to students and families, ending harmful practices, and setting real standards for students' wellness. They'll make sure each child has access to what makes school worth showing up for: recess, movement, creativity, and care. Because joy isn't extra, it's an essential. We're not asking for anything radical. We're fighting for basics. Recess that's long enough and never taken away as punishment. Bathrooms that are safe, clean, and always accessible. A system that sees our Black girls and all our children as brilliant, not broken. I'm standing here as an example for mothers and daughters all across this district. We need to unify. We need to fight for better, and we need our elected officials to back us up during this budget season. We can change this. We already started. And when parents get organized, systems move. No tax breaks while we're struggling to get medication. No tax breaks while we are working every day and still fighting off evictions. No tax breaks while our children are sitting in classrooms without nurses, without recess, without safety. No tax breaks when our district is facing a massive financial crisis. I am proud to be a member of Lift Every Voice Philly. I'm proud to stand with parents across the city, and I'm committed to building schools where Black girls are protected, uplifted, and free to be themselves every single day. We need you to tell the district you support the Chief of Joy, and we need you to bring DBH, CBH, and the district to the table to expand the STEP Team program, which provides critical mental health care and support for our children. Thank you.
Hello. That's working, right? Yeah. Okay, thanks. My name is Lizzie Rothwell. I'm a parent of 2 Philadelphia Public School students. I'm an architect and a resident of West Philadelphia. I was glad to be here today with a group of parents demanding an end to collective punishment and punitive policies that disproportionately harm Black children, and an emphasis on joy and humanism in our classrooms. Both of these issues are top of mind at Lee Elementary, where my 7-year-old dreads the silent lunchroom and the possibility of losing recess each day, and where we found out this week that their favorite class, drama, will be replaced by a computer technology class. More screens next year. These demands that our schools affirm the dignity of every student through a robust curriculum and humane policies exist alongside an ongoing crisis in the state of our school facilities. How can we convince our kids to value their education when the material conditions of obtaining it ooze with neglect and disinvestment? For the past several years, I've been working with Philly DSA's Safe Air campaign to raise awareness about the harms of poor indoor air quality in our schools. At Lee, we're lucky to have adequate air conditioning provided via window units in most classrooms, but our century-old building has not been retrofitted with a ventilation system with adequate HEPA filtration and fresh air intake, leaving students and teachers in stagnant classrooms where viruses spread quickly and building contaminants drive up asthma rates. And at Comegys Elementary, 1 catchment over from us, they're still waiting for air conditioning and may not get it for another couple years. Our school buildings are riddled with a host of other problems caused by years of deferred maintenance. Dust, mold, rodent infestations, these all trigger asthma attacks and cause them to be more severe. It's not uncommon to meet kids who are frequently pulled out of school for asthma but rarely experience attacks at home. Between 2011 and 2016, a CDC NIOSH team took measurements of temperature, humidity, carbon dioxide in 50 of our school buildings. They collected dust samples, carried out mold and moisture assessments, conducted surveys of the health of teachers who taught in these buildings, and concluded that their health was being adversely affected by the building conditions. Rebuilding our schools to create safe and healthy learning environments is good policy, but also a matter of racial justice. As Councilmember Brooks noted earlier, asthma rates in Philadelphia are more than triple the national average, and a Black child in Philadelphia is more than 4 times as likely to be hospitalized for asthma as a white child. None of this information is new. What's new is that under the current federal administration, the CDC no longer has an asthma and air quality team. NIOSH has been all but disbanded, and the FDA and NIH are similarly gutted. So it's now more important than ever for local government to lead on these issues. I do want to recognize the efforts of the current superintendent and his team at the School District of Philadelphia in grappling with the problems caused by decades of disinvestment in our school buildings. Installing a fully functional HVAC system in every school with a proper fresh air supply to every classroom will take time. And I hope to see a detailed plan for doing so as an outcome of the current facilities planning process. The district took a bold step toward powering our schools with renewable energy when it installed a geothermal HVAC system at Kensington Kappa, which is saving the school money, and I applaud the district for working with PGW on a feasibility study to do something similar at McCloskey. The school facilities plan should include, at minimum, full electrification of any new school buildings or retrofits, and ideally a study for using renewable energy in these buildings. In the meantime, we're asking the school district to take urgent action and provide funding in this year's budget for HEPA filters in every classroom, alongside the equally essential demands of more art, more music, more field trips, and more joy.
I want to thank everyone on this panel for their testimony. Thank you for sticking and staying. It's been a long hearing. I really appreciate you guys bringing just as much joy at the end as it was in the beginning. I have a few questions. First for Kimora. I'm so sorry about what you went through. And I know it's incredibly brave of you to come here and share your story. And it's inspiring to see an intelligent, inspiring young person, resilient, just show us here in City Council what the stakes are and the things that you're fighting for yourself and others. And I thank you for sharing your story. And I want to give you space to talk to us about what was it like for you when they canceled your IEP? I heard that as part of your testimony. And how did that impact your ability to learn and transition to a new school? Like, they canceled your IEP.
Yes, they did.
Then you end up just help me understand this story a little bit more.
So basically, I had an IEP for behavior. They diagnosed me with ADHD. So I always had a trouble with staying in class. And they when I had first switched schools, they said I was ineligible for the IEP list. And following that, that's when I met the climate manager, and he caught me actually while I was taking one of my breaks because I wasn't eligible for the IEP list anymore. I actually had a hall pass, and he caught me in the hallway while I was on one of my breaks because sometimes when I have trouble with my work, sometimes I take a break and I'll just take a lap around the hallway and I'll just get back to class.
What grade were you in when this
10th.
happened?
What grade was I in?
Yeah, when all of this happened.
This happened 10th grade, yeah.
So how did it impact your ability to learn and your transition to a new school? Because you're a sophomore, you still have 2 more years to finish out. I'm just trying to understand how you were impacted.
I easily get frustrated, so how was I impacted? I would say it definitely made things more difficult for me because I know that I'm used to having breaks, and if I need help, I could get my help with my case manager. So having classes just regular now after having an IEP for most of my school years, I had it since the 2nd grade. Yeah. So they just took me off, and I'm just at a new school. I have no clue about anything.
So why did I'm trying to figure out how you got kicked off.
So I guess it was because I was moving schools that they had found out I was ineligible Because my last school, I wasn't ineligible. I was still on the list. And my current school, I'm back on the IEP list, and I have a 504 plan now.
Okay, I still, you don't have to explain this, but it does not make sense on, regardless of what happened, why would you just get kicked off your IEP?
I never got an answer. They just said, was I Kimora, gave me a paper, said I'm ineligible for the list, and I got to get my mom to sign it.
So that's basically like you just woke up and you were cured.
Yep, I woke up, and I just got told I'm ineligible.
And then get immediately punished for carrying out the things that were a part of your IEP at the same school.
Correct.
I think the technical word is incompetence.
All right, my next, thank you so much for sharing
You're
that,
welcome.
helping me kind of process this in my mind. I'm even more disgusted that happened to you. Now,
I
it's
didn't
not
even
even
want my
like that,
IEP
it's
to go.
like,
I was actually shocked when I was like, when they told me I was ineligible, I was like, what? I had it all my life. It was like a new school. I went to a new school like every year, but my IEP never went away. So it was just like, I'm ineligible all of a sudden. Like,
all right, that's a set, we'll talk about this after council. So your organizations, this is not for you, this is a general, your organizations have been working on school discipline issues for a long time. Can you tell us about the changes you're seeing in disciplinary practice and how has it impacted student behaviors and outcomes?
So I'm not in a good position to speak on that. I'm new in my position, and our organization has focused on the criminal justice system. And my position started 7 months ago.
Okay.
And I was the first person in that position. So they were coming at it from, part of me says, like, we've heard from girls today. We haven't heard from boys. And a lot of those boys are locked up. They are on GPS, they're on house arrest, they're dead. There are, I think, real reasons why we didn't hear from young men here today. And I think school discipline has, as I said earlier, served as a pipeline. Literally, like, walk you out of school into prison, essentially. Yeah, I think that's what I can add, but I'm going to turn it to others who have more experience.
Well, I'll just say I've noticed over the past 10 to 15 years more talk, more general understanding about school discipline and its connections to the school to prison pipeline. And I think that discourse is great and we're moving in the right direction. As far as outcomes and data on practices, I'd have to go back and get you some concrete numbers.
Okay. My other question is, what does treating students with more empathy and less harsh discipline do for students, and how does it nurture the growth of young people? Anyone can answer this one.
Can you repeat that?
What does treating students with more empathy and less harsh discipline do for students, and how does it nurture growth?
I think someone up on this panel has said it before, that for some children, the only safe space they have is school. They leave a home that's full of trauma, drama, drugs, domestic violence, and they come to school looking for someone to understand them while they try to learn, So if we can just remember that part. Remember that they're coming in with baggage that we cannot fathom. Some of these kids haven't eaten in 2 days, or whatever they ate was bread and lunch meat, and it's real. They're coming in hungry. This is not a mind ready for learning. And we need to keep that first and foremost. So if you really want to teach them, which is the goal, you're going to have to empathize with what they're going through and figure out how you could teach them through that.
Absolutely. All right, I haven't. And I'm going to try to lump this last question together, and a few folks spoke on this, I think maybe one or two. Great testimony in connecting the issues around taxes and the discussion around taxation. So we're in the middle of budget season, where all of these things are under discussion. We're also seeing historic undermining of public education in our system from the federal government. Are you seeing any impacts from the new financial environment yet? Have you seen anything? I think this is a more Children First, Philadelphia.
Yeah, I can start. So far, there have not been any federal cuts directly to schools yet. They could be coming, and we're worried about that, and Donna's actively speaking about that right now somewhere in the media. However, education funding has historically always been more of a state and local issue. State and local contributions to schools is where we get 90% of our funding. And so we have and will continue to advocate for that to be where the bulk of increases to school funding comes from. In the context of federal funding changes, it only becomes more important that this body and our state legislature find ways to increase revenues for our schools.
Well, I don't think you'll have to worry about that from our council body. I think we're committed to protecting our city, and our city includes our young people, our education system, all of those things. So, you know, we're up for that particular fight. We won't cut any funding that goes directly to the school district.
I think too, keeping in mind, you know, hierarchy of needs, when children come to school hungry, when children come to school from a house that's not properly heated or cooled. I just saw today that the LIHEAP program at the federal level is being gutted. Supposedly the rationale is that many of these things are supposed to then be taken care of at a state level. And so I think that as these things are cut, we need to be loud at the state level to claim the funds and to demand the return of funds that had been sent to Washington for particular programs. And if those programs are being cut at the federal level, then send our money back.
Thank you. Councilmember Harity and then Councilmember Landau.
Thank you. And you brought up the food insecurity. That's real. I went to Memphis Street Academy and talked with the kids there about the issues they see there. 90% of the kids come from Frankfurt, Kensington, and Harrogate area. And we were talking about, you know, what they see on their way to school on a daily basis and things like that. And through our conversation, we came up with, the kids brought up that food insecurity was real. And I see it firsthand. I know we do a lunch program, especially in the summer in my neighborhood, and some of those kids, if we don't feed them, they're not going to eat that day. So that's real. That's why school board frustrates me on so many levels. I tried to get a meeting set up to pitch an idea for pantries in our schools. A couple of them have some that were started by the school already, but I wanted to put a full, basically store in a public school. Just asking for a meeting, they gave me a thing that they would get back to me, and they said probably 3 months before they could meet with me. And I went to a Memphis Street Academy in my neighborhood just to visit with the kids, and started talking to them, and I brought it up when they brought up the food insecurities to me, and the difference between the steps for the school board and the charter school is so much different. They said, this is your room, can you do it here? And we are. We just got the refrigeration donated by the unions. They have full supermarket refrigerator and freezers. We're going to start 1 day a week, and we will be giving full meals, family meals out on Fridays for the weekends. But that's a real thing, and that's something that we started this, and I can be honest with you right now, it hasn't cost the city $1. It was all done with outside stuff, nonprofits, the Tuttleman Foundation, Caring for Friends, Steam Fitters 420. Not $1 city funding. So I know we can do it if people have a thing to do it. I still can't wrap my head around what you went through, how somebody could be diagnosed and go through 9 years of school with a diagnosis and then get to 10th grade and all of a sudden that diagnosis is gone. It's not the way this stuff works. And I get it, I was that kid. I couldn't sit still. My teachers would say I could fall out of my desk sitting because I couldn't sit still. I was anxious, I was antsy, and you're right. If I could get up and move a little bit, it made me feel better. So so many things wrong with that situation, and I apologize to you for that. Fact of the matter is we need to change our whole school system. We're still going on a Rockefeller school program modification, which was not made to make free thinkers. He actually educated his kids differently and said it, that he was going to educate his kids differently, because the school system that he brought and made up, his people, and that's where our school, national school model came from, was made up to make good employees. That's why we have 8-hour days in school. That's why you have a lunch break. That's why you have a break, to get you used to going to work. They don't want our kids to be business people. They don't want them to be free thinkers. There's studies now that show that kids that are homeschooled are better at free thinking than kids that are in the public school because they're allowed to experience that. Where in our public school system, it's do this, do this, do this, do this. Makes no sense. I'm not going to say that what they're learning they don't need to know. We all need to know things to succeed but school needs to not only be an education thing, it needs to be a safe place. Because that's what it is for so many kids that don't have the lives of other kids. It's a safe place. It's where they get away. It's where they can actually be a kid. Because so many of the kids, especially in my neighborhood, they're the frickin' adults. And I'm sorry. But it pisses me off. But we need to know that. Like you said, if we just talked to a few of them, figured out what the hell's going on with them, we could have better adapted kids doing better. Right there, that's our proof right there. They took away what was working and she automatically failed. They bought it back and now she's succeeding again. This ain't rocket science. Thank you.
Thank you all for bringing your brilliance to this hearing today and for your patience of waiting this long. Every word that you said was so important for us to have even a greater understanding of what's going on with the schools. Kumar, I'm sorry I apologize on behalf of all adults in Philadelphia. None of this should be happening. There are better and easier ways for us to do things that would just really support and benefit all of you. So I also suggest you reach out to the Education Law Center, Education Law Project. I'm not so sure there wasn't something there about your IEP. But I guess I just have one question for all of you, which is, it's very similar to what we were asking of what do you think the Chief of Joy would do? But I have to ask, after listening to all of this all day long, if so many principals and adults in their schools think what's happening right now is not working, what are their barriers for them to make change? To add recess or longer recess, to give more bathroom breaks, to make sure that we're supporting the kids in the way that they need, that we have more restorative justice and more restorative practices. Why do you think they are not making the change they need in each school?
Well, for one, money. We know people who are paid well do their job well. A lot of people in the schools are underpaid for what they're expected to give to the school. And as a person, you can only give but so much of yourself. You still gotta go home and manage your own family, your own life. So if we want people to take our kids serious, I think we need to take their job positions more serious. and what they deserve as a pay. Yeah.
I would second that. I think that the pay and the training for teachers and for staff needs to be improved across the board. At this stage, the pay and the conditions are such that the best and the brightest are not considering this as a viable path. And those who do, after several years of sort of martyring themselves, are so burnt out and so in need of sustenance for themselves and their families that they have to pursue other paths. When I was in school, the bulk of my high school teachers had master's degrees. They were coming to the table with content knowledge in their field. You know, we're sending in people who have just finished college themselves. As a college professor, I can tell you that those kids are not ready to be the teachers of tomorrow. They're not. They're young themselves. They need mentoring. They still have growth that's needed. We need more experienced adults as teachers. And with what we're paying, we're not getting that.
Yep.
So my catchment school is Lee in West Philadelphia. And Lee is a very diverse school in terms of it's racially diverse and it's socioeconomically pretty diverse. And I think that in a situation of scarcity on what the school can provide, there's a lot of breakdown in trust between those kind of different groups of stakeholders at the school. And I think that there are times when the school community comes together quite well, and other times where if anyone feels like something's being taken away, it's hard to have conversations about what's most important. So I think that, you know, not losing what we have and building on it is really important.
Yeah. All righty.
I'll add to that too, just briefly, that when you ask like why can't recess happen sometimes in schools, sometimes it's just because there's not enough adults in the building to make it happen. So we need more teachers and more qualified adults to be there to allow for flexible scheduling, to allow for the breaks that are needed with safe monitoring of all the students. And lastly, that it goes hand in hand with that, so that costs money, and we need the teachers that are there to get compensated more fairly. And the things that are not money are the practices of joy that make a teacher and families want to be there. When you walk into a school building where there's recess and the kids are smiling and everyone is happy and class feels fun, those teachers want to stay there, and that retention will pay dividends for our schools. So it's really a virtuous cycle.
Thank you all so much, appreciate it.
Do any of my colleagues have any more comments or questions? All righty. Well, that concludes the panel testimony for this resolution. We will now begin a hearing from individuals who registered to provide public comment. Okay. Please keep your comments to no longer than 3 minutes. Mr. Gurr, will you please read the names of the first people registered for public comment?
There is no one registered for public comment.
There being no questions from members of the committee and no other witnesses to testify, is there anyone else present in the hearing whose names have failed to be called and wish to offer testimony on the resolution being considered today? Hearing none, I want to thank all the panels and witnesses for their participation today. We value your opinions. This concludes the public hearing of the committee. We will now recess this hearing until the call of the chair. Thank you all so very much for your attendance.